Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns. I am Elise, and I am your host. How is everybody this morning? Make sure that while we start here, you guys hit the like and subscribe button. You don't want to forget that. That's important for the show. Make sure that you're sharing the videos with other people so that other people know that we exist. We want them to come on over and ask some questions. I think we had great conversations yesterday. If you want to help donate to the channel, because we are a very small channel, we do not have super chats yet. We don't have we had them once, and Free Karen Reed decided that they were going to attack my channel, so those had to be paused by YouTube because of all of the false reports. So I had to reapply, and we're still waiting, so that takes a while. So in the meantime, while we don't have memberships and super chats and super stickers, we do have 3 ways to support the channel to help out. Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. There's a little ticker at the bottom of the screen, and we only survive on donations from you guys. So obviously, I very much appreciate it when you guys do. I read them. I don't read full names or government names because, well, we know what happens if someone does. If you just want to remain completely anonymous, just write ANON, or if it's Cash App, just put a heart and I'll know that you want to remain anonymous. When I'm not live anymore and I get them, I read them on the next one. I don't have any to read today. But the defense is really trying to get their hands on the jury list, guys. They want the names. They want the names. They want them. And gee, I wonder why that could possibly be. Why could they possibly want the jury names? I mean, you don't really need to know their names, right? Like, just saying. You don't need to know where they live. You don't need to know their names. You have them right there in the courtroom doing voir dire. You picked them already. So why do you need their names? You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, I get it. Yes, normally that happens, but this is a very different situation when you have people like jurors being followed or harassed or intimidated, and so the defense is really pushing hard to get this juror list. We're still at 10, Shamia. We are still at 10. We got no new jurors yesterday. Still at 10. Still at 10. Unfortunately. Like, yeah, I think that's exactly what they want to do. They want to check the social media accounts. They want to, you know what I mean? Like, they want to see if they have any reason to think that maybe they have a smidgen of a feeling that Karen did it, Like, sorry, I got to change this bubble. It's going to drive me nuts. I don't know why they don't just keep the stupid thing that I keep it on. It's really obnoxious. StreamYard, that's obnoxious. Hey, Chris. Hey, Jen. Maestro, Reflect, Jane, Shamia, Aviana, all of my peoples, all of my beautiful community. Good morning, everybody. Angela, Cookie, TB2, Kim, Christina. It's good to see every Jimbo. It's good to see every Jane. Good to see you guys this morning. Yeah, they want to start their harassment campaign. I mean, that's what I fully believe. Obviously, that is my opinion. But why do you need the juror list of names? You already picked them, right? Like, there's 10 of them already there. You already have them. Like, why do you need their names so badly? Like, so badly. They should be worried more about giving ARCA, we're giving the reciprocal discovery to Hank on ARCA than they should about the names of the jurors they already picked. Like, come on, man. Like, I think we all were, because it was going at a pace where it was kind of like, all right, they're picking at least 2 a day. So, like, we'd be done by now, right? Like, we're at Wednesday here and we're still at 10. We are stuck on stupid at 10. But then again, we had that one day where they got 5. So, I don't know. We were all wrong. I mean, hey, we made good guesses, though. We just kind of stuck on 10, Like, he did remain under seal, but it usually still is allowed to be given to both parties. So I'm guessing Hank's going to be arguing that, like, no, it can't be given to the defense because they leak shit and they can't be trusted. Like, that's, you know what I mean? I feel like that's why it hasn't. Like, no, the judge has not, Jen. And I think that's because she told them to figure out the reciprocal discovery between themselves. She asked Hank to speak to Alessi and figure it out, basically. Like, hey, figure out this reciprocal discovery issue. Like, figure it the fuck out. You know what? I want to change my background. I'm going to mirror my background or unmirror. Sorry, I'm going to unmirror. Boop. See that? I'm going to unmirror it so y'all can see my sign. See how that changes nothing? See this, you guys? You might not even see a difference. Look at the signs in the background of my video, right? That's mirrored. All right. If I just click this button real quick, boop, I pop up on the other side of the screen, but you still can't see what you can't see. See how you can only see half of this box of this shelf that I have here for my kid? This little shelf right here in a box. See this thing? See how you can only see half of it? Look, magically, this is what the geniuses think. Magically, you don't see the other half of it. You still see only this half of it. The geniuses think that, like, if you unmirror it, that magically they're going to see the other half that you couldn't see before. It's amazing to me. Like, it's a goddamn conspiracy. It is a freaking conspiracy, y'all. It's a conspiracy. No, yeah, Hank is not crazy. Oh, is there a hot mic? Oh my God. I can't. I literally, all right, hold on. Hold on. Boop. We got to get it up here anyway. I got to, NBC 10 has it. I didn't see anybody else with it yet. Funny enough. Usually Law and Crime does, but NBC 10 Boston. I love when they have hot mic moments. It's amazing. Oh man, what happened? I'm not hearing anything. Damn it. Where are you hearing hot mic? Oh, damn it. They probably they just muted it, right? Is that what I'm guessing? Yeah. Yeah, apparently they don't. I don't know. They keep filing these motions asking for the names. So I'm guessing that they don't. How can they have them if they're asking for the names, right? Like if they're filing asking for the names, that leads me to believe that like they don't already have them. Otherwise, why the hell would they be asking for them? You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I'm like looking at this chat over here just to see if like the stupidity of some things that are said. It's just jury selection. What time does the actual trial begin? Oh, here's a good one, guys. Are you guys ready for this? This one says, first trial proves she didn't do it. I like how people are so deaf and blind they can't see the truth. Those crooked friends killed him. Like, lady, you sound like a wackadoo, all right? No first trial proves she didn't kill him. Or here's a news flash. She wouldn't have a second trial, you absolute genius people. Like, what? Like, this person said the only teeth that matter in this trial are the bogus dog bites. Like, I can't. I mean, some of these are just like, I love this comment. She's as guilty as the Boston Marathon bombers. I'm just gonna say yes, Dad. I'm sorry. I'm getting out of this because I can't look at some of the ridiculous comments. I can't do it. Like it makes my blood boil that there are that many stupid people on planet Earth. It drives me absolutely insane. I refuse to believe that many dumb people exist. You know, like, wait, have they used 10 strikes? They only have 16. So, I mean, it's possible, you know? Yeah, there's still a few motions that we're waiting on. Some of them she won't probably address until they're like closer to trial, like swearing in the jury or at trial, like in trial already. But if they use 10 strikes, they only got 6 left. We don't know how many Hank used though, you know? It doesn't make sense, Karen. It makes no goddamn friggin' sense to me at all. None at all. Like, yeah, and that little rotary cut that Alessi has. I'm gonna send him a chia pet. Maybe you can put it there. Chia. Exactly, Eva. Logical, normal, smart people. Like I can't. Or at least I haven't. I am amazed at how unintelligent some people are when it comes to like basic concepts. Like I get it. Not everybody's gonna know like basic stuff that happens in a trial or law. Like that's kind of what I'm here to help explain, right? Like that's part of why I started my channel was I wanted to be able to explain to people in layman's terms like how a trial works and like what the court process is and like things like that, right? Like, so, I mean, that's kind of why I'm here, but it's like there's like such basic concepts that like even my 7-year-old knows them, okay? And grown ass adults don't. It's kind of mind-boggling to me at this point, you know? Like, oh my God, I cannot, I don't even want to, now that is forever stuck in my head. It's stuck in my head, DJ. Now I have that visual in my head. Right? Send out an arrest warrant for said friends, please. Oh, wait, the FBI did their investigation on all that and said none of that happened. So yeah. Yeah, I can't. Some of the comments just make me want to like it's like smashing your head off a brick wall because that's what you're talking to is a brick wall when it comes to some of these people. It's amazing to me. Like it is amazing. My my so here's a funny for this morning. My husband this morning, I was giving him the good old Diary of a Wimpy Stewart Turtle impression. And I was like, "This is a travesty. I'm innocent," right? And I was giving him the funny, and he was like, just repeated me in his sort of imitation was, "That's my new album. It's called Travesty. Everything is such a travesty." And I was like, oh my God, we're gonna have to have you on the show and let you do the impressions from now on because he does pretty good ones. Oh yeah, their proof is just science and physics, even though physics is science. All right. And then it's butt dials, inverted video, and like Aviana said, dog bites. Colin's knuckles that, by the way, there's pictures of right after John died, completely normal. And also they wouldn't look like that a month later. It's once common sense, once again, works like not for it doesn't work for these people. Let's just put it that way. It just doesn't. And I'm like, talk about secondhand embarrassment. I'm like seventh hand embarrassment for these people. Like some of them, I just can't. Like, I don't understand either, Karen. Like it's like, bro, okay. Do butt dials prove she is innocent? The answer is no. Do butt dials prove that she is guilty? The answer is also no. So the butt dials mean nada. But do they prove or not prove? Absolutely nothing. Like, or the 227. 227 didn't happen, bro. It happened after 6. At 227, Jen's heart rate was the lowest it was all goddamn day. So yeah, definitely that would happen. Definitely somebody's heart rate would be the lowest it was all day while they're conspiring to leave somebody out in the cold. That definitely would happen. They wouldn't have a higher elevated heart rate from anxiety or panic or fear of getting caught. Nope, that wouldn't happen at all. Like use some goddamn common sense, people. Like really though. Like, oh, I love when they try to say that. She was acquitted on no charges. Like they love just saying it, like as if you say it over and over and over, it's just magically going to actually exist or happen. Just because they say it over and over doesn't make it true. I try to explain this to them, sometimes gently, sometimes not so gently on X. Like, hey, just because you keep saying that insults about me over and over and over does not make the insult true. You're repeating a lie and then hoping that it insults me. Like your lie does not insult me because your lie never happened. So it's like I don't care how many of you minions repeat it. It doesn't just magically make it true. I'm sorry. Like, that's not the way real life works. You don't make things true by just repeating them. Like, you do when you're in a cult, though. You do when you're in a cult. Cults do that. It's part of the way they, mind fuck people is by repeating the same mantras over and over and over. Like, rumor is that he's used 5 strikes, but we don't know. I mean, I would think that he would be very careful with what he uses and why, Right. I mean, it's amazing to me the stupidity that survives over there. I just don't get it. Like, I mean, they're eating their own. You got Meredith arguing with John Comeo. They're attacking Boozy Beauty and Video Jesus and, God knows whoever else. Like, it's just this. It's going to be the same revolving door over and over and over. He's going to get mad, upset, and attack attack someone on that side over and over and over. If there's something that they say that's even like that he hasn't said or that seems like could be true, but like he didn't say it, like he's going to say it's not true. It's completely false. It's like the time I reported on Natalie having immunity. He said that I'm an idiot. That never happened. He would know about it. And what would she need immunity for, right? Like that's what he told all of his viewership is I'm an idiot. I have no idea what I'm talking about. He would know. I have no sources. Well, guess what? Guess who was the idiot? And it wasn't me. I did have sources. Clearly, that's how I had the information. And guess who was wrong? He was. So he just does not like when, and I think it made him nervous too to know that she had immunity. He knew he was involved in that. Like he knew that if she had immunity, he's fucked, right? Like he's screwed. Morning, Bella. It's so funny to me. They're just going to keep claiming it. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? She wouldn't be having a second trial if she was acquitted. She was not acquitted. Double jeopardy does not attach when you don't even have a verdict. Verdict is not a verdict until it is read in court by the jury. It's that simple. There is so much legal precedent for that. It's coming out your ears. Like, so any other lawyer acting like she was absolutely acquitted and it's double jeopardy is a fucking bold-faced liar, and they know it. They absolutely know it. There is no double jeopardy if there is no actual. It was a barrel. Somebody's barrel was like rolling down the street, and I was like, "What the hell is that noise?" I mean, sorry, I lost my train of thought now, but my point was that the stupidity that lives over there is fucking amazing to me. Like, it's absolutely amazing. Like, yeah, that's the thing. So, yeah, they didn't find her not guilty, which means there's no double jeopardy. She's going through a second trial, okay? A second trial. You don't go through a second trial if you were found not guilty. She was not acquitted on any charges. You will see people repeat that over and over. She was acquitted. She was acquitted on 2 charges. She was acquitted. She was acquitted. No, she was not. Stop spreading misinformation. She was unacquitted on any charges. That is why she's still facing those same 3 charges in a second trial. Every court has smacked that assertion down. That is why she is now going to SCOTUS, the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court isn't even going to take her case. So I don't know why, once again, she bothered to waste everybody's time, including the lawyers and the money that all these minions give her. It's amazing to me. Like, it's a waste of time. There is a ton of legal precedent. There was no jury verdict. Therefore, double jeopardy cannot attach. It's really that simple. Like, like we should go. It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again. Yeah, no, the Proctor stuff doesn't make her less guilty, bro. There's like still evidence that like Proctor never went anywhere near or touched it. Like if they want to argue everything he touched, you can't look at. Like, cool, well, he had nothing to do with the car data or the phone data from her phone or John's phone. Like, and those are pretty much the most damning pieces of evidence besides the taillight being everywhere. You take the taillight out of it completely, her car backs up, and within seconds of her car backing up, John stops moving forever. Proctor had nothing to do with that. He wasn't even out there, 34 Fairview. Didn't touch the data, and he couldn't have altered. Not even the defense is arguing that the data from the car is altered. So, come on. Like, oh yeah, they conveniently love that to forget about that butt dial, as if that butt dial didn't happen. Butt dials like that don't happen, as Karen's butt dialing. Like, that's another thing. All the butt dials prove that people don't remember butt dialing being drunk 2 years ago or 3 years ago. You know, like, come on. And it happened in 2021, sorry, 2021. So you're talking years. Or 2022. See, all this time has passed. I started covering it in 2023. So like years. We're talking years, 4 years at least. Like, I think jail is waiting her arrival, and I just can't wait for it. Like, you know, I would love to know that, Jen. I would love to know that. I think they are waiting. They are waiting. You know, like I feel like they're waiting for him to just keep burying himself. And also things take time. They take time. So like, you know, they very well could be writing up charges or doing whatever, but that takes time. It takes if they don't arrest right away and hold you that way, which I don't think they want to do, they don't want to make a spectacle. Then they're going to do like a summons, basically summons you into court. And that takes a little bit. So I don't know, but what he did to Amy was wrong. Like, listen, people can argue that Amy was once on that side and a part of that. And my argument back would be, so was I. So was I. But when you see the light, you see the light. And I don't think anybody should be treated that way. I don't think anybody should be pushed away because they realized like what was happening there was wrong. Like, I'll tell you, Amy apologized to me. So that takes a big person to apologize, like, so she has my respect for apologizing. Like, we can be wrong about things and apologize. I don't think that should be held against somebody for the rest of their lives because they at some point thought Karen was innocent. I think we need to embrace the people that figured out like, oh shit, like I was duped, like, cause that's not really fair to say. Like any one of us could have fallen for it. I fell for it in the very beginning when there was no evidence. Like a lot of us did. A lot of very smart people did. So when someone figures out like, and this was a while ago, she figured it out. It's not like she's just coming here, like she reported some things a while ago. She is a witness. Whether he wants to keep claiming she's not a witness, he can claim it until the cows come home. The reality is she is a witness. So it's like people are like, she's not a witness. What is she a witness of? Witness intimidation. That's what she's a witness of, which she has the evidence, which was turned over to the authorities. So that makes her a witness, you geniuses. Like, she's a witness against him. So I find it funny, like, that they just completely ignore, like, if he just says, she's not a witness, they just go, she's not a witness, what she's a witness of? Like, once again, just because he said something doesn't make it true. He knows damn well that she is a witness against him. He knows damn well. He just doesn't want you guys to know that because then he would look like an idiot for witness intimidating someone again for all to see. And he realizes that. So instead, he's just going to be like, nope, she's not actually a witness, so it doesn't matter. Like, no, they're magically malicious. Da-da-da. Magically malicious. That's what we're dealing with. So what does he talk to himself? Does that happen? Is he like talk to himself, Cassie? Just like chilling? Like he doesn't have like a live chat that he talks to? Like that's not a thing? Like I'm confused. Like I don't understand. I'm kind of confused. Does he just talk to himself? Like it's weird. Why? Just why? Like I don't understand it. I'm not understanding. Like just talk to yourself, I guess. Like put lotion in the basket. Did you hear Karen quoting Shawshank Redemption? No, she didn't. Relative to having hope, isn't that strange and prophetic? She is picturing herself locked up. That's good. She should picture herself locked up. Because I'm locked up. They won't let her out. She thinks she's Annie from Shawshank. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, she's nothing to do with Shawshank Redemption, dude, other than sitting in a jail cell. Like, oh my God, imagine Skittles in his pocket. Like, measuring your skin to wear his pajamas. I mean, he is definitely creepy. He creeps me out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. No, they're not going to get involved with this. SCOTUS is even going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. SCOTUS is going to kick it back down to the lower courts. They're going to say, yep, nope, punt. So I don't understand why they even frigging bothered. Brittany said, I hope when she is convicted this time around, all their jurors will come forward and debunk the unanimous argument from the first trial. I don't think they will, though, because they know they'll be harassed. But I think here's the thing. If even just as we know, the one person who was the retired cop who was on the jury voted guilty, then there goes your unanimous anything. You know what I mean? Like, there it goes. Like, she is the luckiest, happiest murder defendant to have that many stupid people. I can't. Morning, Scorpio. I can't wait for that text stream data either, Karen. I am like, give me the data. Give me the data. I would like to read the data. I'm like totally ready to dig into that data head first. Like, give it to me. Like, oh, I did the other day. I totally did too. I butt dialed too. Like, I bet. I don't blame you. For all of you that live there, I apologize. Like, I know that you guys deal with hell and it sucks, right? Like, it sucks. Nobody should have to deal with this kind of bullshit day in and day out, especially in a little quaint little town like Canton. Like, I had friends that grew up in Canton. They went to Blue Hills. Like, it's a shame to see like people. Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, whether Karen goes to jail or not, like, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, we give a fuck now, like, as in, like, for justice, but, like, is your relationship with your best friend worth it? Is your relationship with your friends worth it for you to just be screaming that Karen's innocent instead of just not having that conversation with your loved ones and trying to shove down their throat that she's innocent? Like, we won't have the conversation if you don't want to have the conversation. That's fine. But these people throwing their relationships out the window with their neighbors and their friends over Karen Reed is utterly ridiculous. Like, come on, dude, just don't talk about it. It's like politics or religion, like, but I have seen so many people who's like, I can't be friends with someone who thinks she's guilty. Well, newsflash, all the evidence shows that she's pretty guilty. So, I mean, the problem is when you want to show them the pieces of evidence, they won't even look at it, or they don't go to look at it. They just go, well, what about the butt dials? What about the butt dials? Like, yeah, what about the butt dials? Like, that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna go with what about the butt dials? What about 2:27 a.m.? But that didn't happen. What about dog bites? That didn't happen. Like, let's do that. Let's go with that. They don't even have a cohesive argument. So it's like, come on, like, let's have like conversations, but let's have an actual argument with it, like a civil debate. Can we do a civil debate? Like, can we do that? Like, where people aren't just automatically, when they get mad, they don't have an answer to something, going, oh, F you suck. Like, come on, dude. I think that's the other problem, though, Bella, is there's a ton of very insecure people over there, because only insecure people need to attack everyone else every day. The sewer turtle is the most insecure person I've ever met on planet Earth. There's about 20 or so people I can think of right off the top of my head that are clearly very, very, very insecure. Because you wouldn't feel the need to constantly make fun of, insult, and do all these things to other people if you weren't insecure with yourself and unhappy with yourself. Learn to be happy with yourself, because then you won't have to try to down other people to feel good about yourself for 10 seconds. That dopamine hit only lasts about 10 seconds. So, I mean, good job. Definitely good job. I pray that some of these people don't procreate and have children and teach their children this level of hate and anger and insecurity. Like, no. Like, they can scream until the cows come home that I'm poor and, I get government benefits, but I don't get government benefits. So technically, I get mass health. I have that. But I don't get food stamps. So, like, and even if I did, at what point does making fun of the needy or disabled actually think that it makes you a good person? Like, if you're going to hate on the disabled and the needy, like, it says more about you than it does the needy and disabled. Like, you think that that's cute? They think it's cute to be like, oh, ha ha ha, you're in chronic pain and have a ton of health issues, but like, go get a job. Like, that's what they love to say to people. Like, go get a job. Like, you're telling disabled people to go get a job. Don't you think they would love to? Some disabled people? Do you think that they would love to go get a job? Why don't you switch bodies with them? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, yeah, he loves to attack women. That's his favorite thing. Mostly women, because I think he's afraid of men.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk.
Yes, Brittany.
Here, if you attendance, you shall be heard. By the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. Jurors remain standing. All other parties may be seated.
Yes.
You can raise your
Bravo,
right hand,
Amy.
please. Do you solemnly swear to give true answers to such questions as should be put forth to you by the court, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. May I call the case, Your Honor?
Please.
Your Honor, this is 2282 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Thank you, MYB.
Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti.
Right back, guys.
Good morning,
Hold on.
Ms. George. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Beverly Canoni. I'm a judge of this court, and I want to welcome you here today and give you some idea on how your day is going to shape up. As you know, jury duty is one of the most important civic duties we have as citizens of this country. Our system of justice simply would not work without you, so we appreciate that you're here today, ready, willing, and able to serve if you're called upon to do so. Now, as you've heard, this is a criminal case. It's the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth alleges that at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022, the Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male party in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road in that town. Officers responded and discovered the man, later identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of whom was the defendant, Karen Reed, girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton and had driven with him to this residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department, transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he was subsequently pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. The defendant denies these allegations. She is presumed to be innocent and has pled not guilty. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She is also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe those crimes in detail at the end of the case when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder and that that murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that Ms. Reed is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices. But this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. In order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask questions to you all as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to the questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you may be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you're not selected for jury service on this case, please do not think it's a reflection upon you and don't take it personally. We don't think that somehow you're not a fair person. You will be directed back to the jury room and perhaps picked on a different case. In a little while, I'll pose a number of questions to you as a group. You have taken a note that requires you to truthfully answer these questions and all questions posed to you. If your answer to any question is yes, I will ask at the time that you raise your hand and hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out so that the court officer can read them. You don't have to take your cards out now. I'll tell you when you need to take your cards out. The fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that the lawyers and I need to discuss with you. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer that question at sidebar. I may have additional questions for you which relate to issues in this case that may be raised during the trial and are designed to give us more information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror, and the lawyers are permitted to ask the questions for the same reason. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer. We simply want your best, most honest answer to our questions. At this point, I'm going to ask the lawyers to introduce themselves, and counsel for the defendant, introduce your client, please.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan. I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'd like to also meet my colleagues.
Good morning, my name is Laura McLaughlin. I'm an assistant district attorney representing the communities of Norfolk County and Cooper being here this morning.
Morning, my name is Adam Lally, Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk County Attorney's Office. I just want to thank you all for your time and attention today.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Jackson. I have the honor and privilege of representing Karen Reed, who is standing to my right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Elizabeth Little, and I also have the honor of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning. My name is Robert Alessi. I have the pleasure of representing Ms. Reed, and I thank you all for being here and for your time today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney. I have offices in Boston and right here in Dedham. My privilege to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria George, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, I'm Karen Reed, and thank you for being here.
All right, thank you all. Folks, I'm about to read you a rather lengthy witness list. I'd ask that you pay close attention to the names on this list. It doesn't mean that every single name you hear, that person will be called. There'll be names that will be called now that might be mentioned during the course of the trial. So it's really important that we understand whether or not you know these folks. So that will be a question I'll ask you. The names are alphabetical, but they're alphabetical by first name. Aidan Kearney from Jefferson, Massachusetts. Dr. Isaac Wolf from South Miami, Florida. Alfred Lopalato from Canton. Allison McCabe, Canton. Andre Porto, who is with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Andrew Klain from Bridgewater. Andrew Rentschler, who is a PhD from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Angela Malvone from Canton. Annie Chung from Canton. Anthony Flamati from the Canton Fire Department. Ashley Bell from Canton. Ashley Valaire from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Brian Albert, Norwood. Brian Albert Jr., Boston. Brian Higgins from Sandwich. Brian Loughran, Canton. Brian Wanless, who is a retired officer of the Canton Police Department. Bridget Meehan, who is a keeper of the records from Canton. Caitlin Albert, Easton. Lieutenant Charles Ray from the Canton Police Department. Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty. Chris Van E., who is a PhD from Novi, Michigan. Christina Hanley, Mass State Police. Christopher Albert, Canton. Christopher Curran, Canton. Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk DA's office. Colin Albert, Canton. Courtney Proctor, Canton. Kurt Roberts, also Canton. Daniel Whitley from the Canton Fire Department. Daniel Wolf, who is a PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania. Derek Ellington from Wake Forest, North Carolina, I'm sorry. Dr. Marie Russell, who's from Los Angeles. Dr. Elizabeth Loposada, who is from Providence, Rhode Island. Elizabeth Proctor, Canton. Eric Hanlon, Canton. Erin Beatty, Canton. Erin O'Keefe, West Bridgewater. Francis Walsh from the Canton Fire Department. Garrett Wing, Green Cove Springs, Florida. Gary Fowler from Brockton. Gregory Woodbury from Canton. Gretchen Voss, Boston. Hannah Knowles from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Heather Maxon, Walpole. Erabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department. Holly Price from Mountain View, California. Ian Whiffen from Vienna, Virginia. Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello, who is with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts. James Crosby, who's a PhD from Jacksonville, Florida. Janet Reed from Dighton. Jason Becker from the Canton Fire Department. Jean DeMoulis from Canton. Jennifer McCabe, Canton. Jessica Hyde, Bridgeport, New York. John O'Keefe Sr., who lives in Braintree. Judson Welcher, PhD from a company called Aperture LLC. Julie Albert, Canton. Julie Nagel, Canton. Dr. Justin Rice from South Weymouth. There are 2 juveniles from Canton, one of whom has the initials KF and the other PF. Caitlin Boudreau, Raynham. Karina Kolakithas from Canton. Katie Camerano, Canton. Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department. Keeper of the records for Ring from Hawthorne, California. Kerry Curran, Canton. Kerry Roberts, Canton. Kevin Albert, Canton. Kevin O'Hara with the Massachusetts State Police. Lance Mello from the State Police Crime Lab. Laura Sullivan, Pembroke. Laurie Cahill, Worcester. Leslie Pearlstein, Canton. Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department. Louis Jutras, Canton. Lieutenant Brian Tully and Lieutenant John Fanning, both from the Massachusetts State Police. Lieutenant Paul Gallagher from the Canton Police Department. Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida. Mark Lopolato from Canton. Margaret O'Keefe, Canton. Marietta Sullivan, Pembroke. Mary Souza, Dighton. Matthew Amory from Canton. Matthew DeSogra, who is from Charlotte, North Carolina. Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. Matthew Kelly, Canton Fire Department. Matthew Kelsch from the FBI. Matthew McCabe from Canton. Maureen Harnett, Mass State Police Crime Lab. Megan Mariani from New York, New York. Michael Camerano, Canton. Michael Easter, Los Angeles. Michael Trotter from the Canton Public Works Department. Michael Wagner, Foxborough. Mike Maroli, Bridgewater. Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee. Natalie Wyweek Berschneider from San Marino, California. Nathan Reed, Raynham. Nicholas Bradford, Lorton, Virginia. Nicholas Curran, West Roxbury. Nicholas Kolakathis from Canton. Nicole Albert from Norwood. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department. Officer Nicholas Barros from the Dighton Police Department. Patrick Haggerty from Somerset, Mass. Paul Wachowski from Melrose. Paul O'Keefe, Canton. Rebecca Bison, Canton. Rebecca Trayers, Norfolk, Mass. Dr. Renee Stonebridge, who is also from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston. Richard Green, St. Pete Beach, Florida. Richard Donatino from Canton. Robert Gilman from Hull. Ryan Nagel, Canton. Sarah Levinson, Canton. Sergeant Brian Gallerini from the Needham Police Department. Sergeant Sean Good, Canton Police Department. Sergeant Paul DiGiampetitro from Canton Police Department. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, Mass State Police. Shannon Burgess from South Lake, Texas. Cheryl Waugh, Canton. Sophie Herzan, who is from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Stephanie Devlin, also the Crime Lab. Stephen Mullaney, Canton Police Department. Steve Nelson, Norfolk County DA's office, Stephen Bernstein, who is a keeper of the records from Stoughton, Stephen Ridge, Boston Police, Stephen Seraph, Canton Police, Stephen Scanlon, West Roxbury, Terry Kuhn, who is from Davis, California, Tess Chart, Lorton, Virginia, Thomas Beatty, Canton, Thomas Kelleher, Canton, Thomas Martin, Weymouth, Timothy Nuttall, who is with the Canton Fire Department, Tristan Morris, Easton. The following people are from the Mass State Police: Trooper Connor Keefe, Trooper David DeChico, Trooper Evan Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Koskowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Trooper Michael Proctor, Trooper Nicholas Garino, Trooper Zachary Clark, Wendell Robery from Canton, and William Reed from North Dayton, Mass. Those are the potential witnesses that you'll hear. So as you can tell, it's a long list of witnesses. This is going to be a long trial. The lawyers tell me that their best estimate on how long the evidence will take after we select a jury will be 6 to 8 weeks. We're in the process of selecting a jury. There's no way of knowing how long this process will take. So the trial itself, the evidence will take 6 to 8 weeks, and then the jury deliberates for as ever long as the jury needs to deliberate. So that's our schedule. For a daily schedule, what we will do is we'll start at 9. We'll have a break mid-morning around 11 o'clock for 20 minutes or so. We'll break for lunch around 1. That will be about 45 minutes. We'll have lunch brought into you folks, so you don't have to walk downtown and get lunch. We'll have lunch here for you every day. And in the afternoon, we'll go until about 4 o'clock, maybe some days later, some days earlier. Every day before we recess, I tell the jury whether or not we are ahead of schedule, on schedule, or behind schedule. And I can tell you, I don't think I've ever told a jury that we were behind schedule. So we try and keep things moving for you folks. So that's the schedule that we'll take. There'll be a few days and a few half days sprinkled in there that when you're selected, you'll get a schedule. Now, it might help if I give you a preview about some basic law that applies to all criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law, and I don't do that completely until the end of the trial. So for now, I'll give you a very brief summary of some of the legal rules and principles that will govern the trial. First, and most basically, Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is simply a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring that person to trial in the superior court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make the determination after listening to and considering all of the evidence. So another similar important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, you accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I do not have to say a word. If a defendant chooses not to testify, please know that it has nothing to do with the question of whether that defendant is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. That brings me to the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if After you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in a case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I am sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law, instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing, and perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage of the case. You'll certainly be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard all the evidence and I can explain the law in detail. So don't be worried if you didn't get everything that I said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree to the law, but all jurors have to follow the law and apply it as I describe it. So for jury selection, it's important to know if any of you might have some doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal principles. So now you can take your cards out because I'm about to ask you those questions. But before we begin, I understand that sometimes jurors don't fill out the questionnaires completely. Sometimes we're in a rush to get those forms in, or we might think that our situation does not apply to the question that's being asked. So because of that, if you know now that you may have left something out on your form, like maybe you were a witness to a case or a party in a case in court or a criminal defendant, if you've left anything out, please let us know at sidebar. And also, we will ask you if there are things missing. Like some people I've seen haven't put their age on the form. So if it's not there, I'll ask you your age and other things like that. So, all right, first question. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with any of the witnesses? If your answer is yes, hold the card up until the court officer reads off your number.
Six, seven, nine.
678.
Thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with the lawyers in this case or the Norfolk County DA's office? I see one.
726.
Thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? I see no affirmative responses. If you have seen, heard, or talked about this case, would you please raise your hand now?
Juror 721 680 703 710 705 716 715 707 698 701 727 713 708 706 692 699 723 724 725 671 696
700 718 670 681 687 704 712 682 717 672 726 685 678 and 702.
673, 674, 675, 688, 711, 719, 722, 709, 690, and 679.
All right, thank you very much. Please raise your hand if you've expressed or formed any opinion with respect to this case.
Juror 721 680 703 705 716 715 698 701 713 708 706 723 671 696
687 704 712 702 685 and 672.
711, 688, 673, 674, 719, 722, 679.
All right, thank you very much. Are any of you aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this case or in favor of or against either of the parties? If you do, please raise your hand.
Juror 721, 703, 705, 715, 698, 701, 671, 696.
687, 704, 712, 672.
711, 688, 673.
All right, thank you. Do any of you folks have any difficulty hearing or any problem with understanding the English language, any physical or mental condition, or any religious or philosophical beliefs that would interfere with your ability to hear the evidence in this case, to understand the evidence, to concentrate during the trial, or to deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 702,
699,
719.
Okay.
709.
All right, thank you. Would any of you folks have any difficulty applying the very important constitutional principles that I outlined for you this morning? First, that the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth. Second, that that burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And third, that the defendant has absolutely no burden to do anything. Is there anyone who has any difficulty with those concepts? I see no affirmative responses. I can tell you folks that after every jury trial, I talk to the jurors, and they tell me that they have found their service to be an interesting one, and many times they tell me it was a rewarding one. But I understand that for some jurors, sitting on this case may be a substantial hardship to you. And let me explain what I mean by that. Every civic duty we have causes us some inconvenience. This is more than just mere inconvenience. It's something that means you are excused for personal reasons to you, but the person sitting next to you has to then step into your spot. I generally think of it in terms of you have airline tickets or surgery scheduled for the period of time that this trial will go. But I will hear from anyone who thinks they have a substantial hardship. If that's you, please raise your card.
Juror 691, 680, 710, 705, 716, 698, 701, 713, 708, 706, 692, 723, 725, 671, 696.
670, 681, 672, 702.
711, 674, 675, 688, 719, and 722.
All right. Thank you. So in a minute, I'm going to leave the bench to give you a chance to fill out those questionnaires. I ask that you not talk to anyone or share with any other prospective juror any questions, comments, or concerns that you may have about jury duty, either generally or specifically about this case. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to bring them up to me at sidebar when we meet. So we'll leave now.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
In the top corner, where it says jury number on the questionnaire, it's gonna be a big number as well. So you can put that on there. Another thing about some of these, they should be stored by wires in Florida. They have emergency telephones, one of us can facilitate that. We're gonna start handing out clipboards and pens right now.
I am muted. I'm sorry. See, I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm tired. My bad. I'm muted. It's one of those days, you guys. It's already one of those days. My point is they did a grid search. The CERT team was called there to do that grid search because Canton PD didn't have the capacity for that. They had no murders in 25 years, right? Like, they don't do murders. That's what the state police do, right? And you can throw a bunch of quarters in the snow and try to look for them, right? Like the taillight pieces. But ultimately, you're going to be digging them up and moving them around while you're digging them up. You're not going to find every piece. You might find one or two, but while you're digging it up, you're going to be moving it around inside the snow while you're shoveling. Ultimately, they didn't end up finding all the pieces until most of the snow was melted over the course of time. Like, that's common sense. That's not, well, why didn't they find pieces? It was a blizzard and the wind was howling. I would not ever expect them to find all of the pieces right away in a blizzard. Also, how do you plant pieces of taillight when there's people on scene? So then you have to add in the whole entire CERT team and the people who were on the scene to whoever, and Proctor never went there. So who planted the taillight? Proctor never went to Fairview. So who planted said taillight if you're going to claim that it was planted? Where is the time that they had to plant it? Because that was busted out at 5 and 8 in the morning, long before the cops were ever called about this. Like, we know the defense lied. We know that's a big problem. We know that ARCA was not given all the evidence. We know that they were told that they couldn't answer any other questions, that they couldn't look outside the very specific parameters they were given. They did not know about the text stream data. They did not know that pieces of taillight had been found in John's clothes. They did not know numerous pieces of evidence that absolutely would have changed any sort of theory they had. And they also made their conclusion based on a theory that the Commonwealth never even presented, which is kind of strange. Like, I'm sorry, the comments were like way up, and because I was trying to like address them, you know what I'm saying? But like, I didn't get to them until a couple minutes after that. I'm sorry. What about the pig DNA? There's no dog DNA. So you can't have, and if you're going to say it's a pig's ear, please, for the love of God, rethink it. Okay? There's no pig's ear DNA from a dog if there's no saliva. Saliva is DNA. It would have been present. It is not present. There's not a dog hair, dog DNA. And also the defense is now not even claiming that it was Chloe. They're claiming it is a random dog or animal now. Now, why are they now claiming that? Because we have the molds and bite patterns of Chloe before John died, and now we have them after John died. I know. I'm sorry. That was my bad. They found pieces of taillight that same day. It wasn't a day, like, they found pieces after that too, but they did find pieces of taillight that same day. The CERT team did. I know. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm going to get past those comments where you're all telling me I'm muted. I'm sorry. My phone has you blocked. Oh, you know what? It's my bill day. That's why. Sorry. I should do that. That should happen. Hold on. Hold on. That's why it comes up as blocked when, like, today's the day I have to pay my bill, so it probably got shut off this morning without me even realizing. That's my bad. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Hold on. That's still muted, right? You guys can still hear me now. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the chat. We don't want to kick you out. We don't want to. We want to have these conversations, right? Like, I want to have these conversations. Absolutely. Oh my God, you guys are still telling me I'm muted. Hold on. Let's see down here. I'm sorry. I know I am going to have to go back. It's okay. Jeez. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, there we go. I'm catching up on the comments now. I'm sorry. We don't want to kick you out, Tyler. We want to have these conversations, but it does, I'm not going to lie, it gets a little frustrating when things are being said that we know were completely debunked, or there are pieces of, like, you're repeating things that, like, you have heard over and over in an echo chamber that just aren't true. And we can point you to, like, the court documents or like a court hearing, like, that can show you that that's not true. It gets very frustrating. A lot of pieces were just cherry picked out and used as a narrative. Like, you need to take everything in its full context. Like, you can say there are inconsistencies, but what do you think is inconsistent exactly? Just because a bunch of people said, oh, they lied, doesn't actually mean that they lied. That's not, I do not think that there's reasonable doubt. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot. Sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're home with the flu. That sucks. That's the thing. There's not a shred of evidence that anybody else except Karen committed the crime. It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's really, I mean, it's snapshot of time is the time that Karen's car backed up to when John's phone stops moving forever. Okay. That span of time, that is a snapshot in time. That's literally a snapshot in time. Okay. So I don't know what more evidence, as somebody who was it's okay as long as they're not gonna come and troll, because we don't need the trolling, that's for sure. But you're more than welcome to have these discussions. That's absolutely, I want people to have these discussions. I want people to point people to where the pieces of evidence are, have these sort of civil debates. I want that to happen. I absolutely want it to happen. But I don't like the sort of just completely ignoring actual evidence. And because you can't just say, that's okay. Thank you, Pollock. You can't just say every piece of evidence that we give you is corrupt and you can't believe it, because that's not reasonable, right? Like, you want us to look at everything. We're looking at everything, but you can't then say, like, well, every piece of evidence that is against Karen is just corrupt. It's all corrupt. It's all planted. It's all this, it's all that. The butt dials don't prove whether she's innocent or guilty. They prove neither. They really mean a whole lot of nothing. We also know that the federal government looked into all of that and found nothing. Nothing. They found nothing. Remember that. The federal government looked into all of these people. The only person not cleared in that federal investigation was Karen herself. Remember that. Okay? Because she wasn't looked into as part of it. She wasn't looked into as part of it. So I just want people to actually start using their brains when it comes to looking at pieces of evidence, and then remembering the things that you're being told by, 100 or 200 or 300 people on X. Just because they're repeating them does not actually make them true. Like, you can say everything. You can say everything Karen did was fishy. She told Erin O'Keefe she was never going to see her again. She went back to the house, stayed there for 10 minutes and left. Like, didn't stay there with the kids like she wanted to. Like, she didn't do any of that. So, there's a lot of things that you can say are suspicious or, whatever, coincidental, but it doesn't prove anything. You have to look at the actual pieces of evidence. Why are there 2 pieces of ring footage that are missing? Only 4 people had access to that ring footage, and it was Karen, John, and the kids. Okay? John, incapacitated, did not delete Karen going back to the house, and then her, Jen, and Kerry looking at her taillight, right? Like, those were not deleted by John or the kids. So the only other person who had access to it who could have done it is Karen. Now, why would you delete those? Why is your first thought that he was hit by a plow? Why did you call minutes? Why did she call minutes later after supposedly dropping him off. This is what she claims, and she doesn't claim it until eight months later, but she claims that, you know, she dropped him off, okay? But how do you drop someone off at the same time you're calling him minutes later and saying, nobody knows where you are? Well, she would know where he is, right? So why would you be leaving a message saying nobody knows where you are? Like, you can say there's something fishy with every single person on planet Earth. It doesn't actually mean that there is. Like, why did she call her parents at 1 a.m? Her father himself said she felt like she struck something, right? She struck something. She clearly couldn't have felt like she struck something from the driveway. And ARCA themselves said that she absolutely could not have broken her taillight there. But as we see in the video, her taillight completely clears John's car. It's her car that bumps his car, not the taillight. Like, you know, yeah, you can't, I mean, this would be an interesting debate between Potluck and you, I'll tell you that much. But you can't just go by, it's fishy. What evidence is there to prove that anyone else did anything wrong? There isn't. There isn't. You know, there just isn't. It doesn't exist. Well, I just, it gets really tiring having to explain pieces of evidence that actually exist. And then them saying like, oh no, but we can't look at that evidence. Oh no, but we can't take that seriously because it's quote fishy or it's quote corrupt. Well, why? Why is it fishy? Why is it corrupt? You can't just go by, oh, it's fishy or oh, it's corrupt. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not evidence. Look at the actual evidence, things that you can't change. The car data was not changed. Karen's phone data was not changed. John's phone data was not changed or altered, right? Where would taillight have been planted and at what time? Because how else would it have gotten into John's clothes? If you think it's planted, tell me when. By whom? And what's the motive? You know? We have had some good discussions, and I know you got questions for me today, Jesse. Oh, thank you, Danny. I wanted it to match my chair. So it's white and pink, you know. Well, that's amazing, Agent 99. Can I ask you, and I want to ask this same question to Jesse, too. Somebody pointed out to me, like, it's a good question, you know? Like, I don't think necessarily that nobody should, okay, let's not call people liars, all right? But I think you got to be a little more open-minded, Tyler. You came here for answers, but you're not, and questions, but you're not really listening to the answers to the questions, right? Like, you're just basically saying it's fishy and it's sketchy. Well, everything about this is fishy and sketchy, but 100+ conspiracy is more fishy and sketchy than the evidence that points to the one person who have committed the crime, especially with the pieces of evidence that we do have that couldn't have been tampered with in any way, shape, or form. The car data, the phone data, the fact that the federal government looked into this case. The only person they weren't looking into when it came to this was Karen herself. Okay, they looked into the Alberts, the McCabe's, the law enforcement, and they found nothing. They found the text messages from Proctor that they were not happy about, and that was it. That was it. They found absolutely not a single thing. Not a single thing. Then an audit happened, and the audit said the same thing. There was no corruption. There was no cover-up. There's no evidence tampering. How many more people? Is it more logical that Karen committed the crime or that everyone on planet Earth is out to get a woman they didn't even know? Occam's razor, right? Like, think about it logically, in a logic way. Yeah, that's different. Arguing lies and being a liar are two different things. There's been a lot of lies that have been put out there. Let's just get that out of the way. But I do want to ask this question to Agent 99 and Jesse. What were the main things, whether it's pieces of evidence or testimony or whatever, what were the main things that made you guys start to question Karen's guilt or innocence? Like, what were the specific things that made you go, I need to relook at this, or I need to go back and check information? Like, what were the things that like made you think about it more? Like, yeah, it definitely is a sound quality changer. Thank God. I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. I get that you don't agree with us, and that's totally fine. But no, I'm not still muted. At least I shouldn't be. You should be able to hear me. But if you came here to sort of listen to the other side, you have to actually listen and apply some logic here, right? Like, I don't think we're very angry people at all. I think they've been very welcoming to a lot of other people who think that Karen is innocent. But they're also willing to listen and not just argue things that are bold-faced lies that have been proven to be lies. That's the difference, I think. Like, but you can't say the jury agreed with you, because we know that the foreman voted guilty and there was a mistrial. So the jury didn't agree with anybody at this point. That's why we're in a second trial. If the jury agreed with you, then, I mean, the jury also in the first trial didn't believe the conspiracy. Let's just throw that out there. The dog thing, they discredited it. Marie Russell discredited it. Green didn't think what he had to say was credible. Arca didn't have all the evidence. That was the big takeaway from those jurors. Like, it was a hung jury. She would have been acquitted if they agreed with you. What I'm saying is step outside of that. Yeah, that's the thing. They said 5 years of his stuff. They found nothing. Like, oh my God, I can't with this. Okay, and I'm just gonna throw this out there just straight up. If you actually believe that the FBI investigation isn't actually closed, you're living in Delulu land. You live in on fucking planet Pluto, okay? The federal investigation has been over long before it was ever announced to be over, and I know that for a fact. So here's the thing. It was already announced. It's over. It's done. It's been done. They found nothing. They indicted no one. They arrested no one. They found no conspiracy and no cover-up. If you actually really believe that the federal investigation is magically still open and it's not over, then you need some serious help. I don't know how clearer it could have been that it is over. They're not opening a new investigation. I love when people say, and anybody who's law enforcement or former law enforcement should damn well know that the federal government doesn't close a case to then immediately reopen another one to do an investigation. The investigation is closed because it is over. It is done. That is it. It's a wrap. It absolutely is closed. It's 100% closed. What do you think? At the end of trial, they're just going to magically be like, oh, guilty or not guilty, but here we are, the FBI, we're coming in to somehow change that. The federal government can't change whether she's found guilty or not guilty at the end of a trial. If you think that the end of the trial, feds are going to come in magically and start arresting people, then once again, you live in Delulu land. They're closed. The investigation is done. Done. Morning, Francesca. I think there's more than enough evidence to convict, and you can take out every single thing that Proctor ever touched in that case. Okay? And you still have the car data and the phone data, and it shows within seconds of Karen backing up. And she's not saying that she wasn't driving that car. Nobody's arguing she wasn't driving that car. The car data couldn't have been changed, and it shows when she backed up. It shows what time John took his seatbelt off. Okay? So we know. It's like a snapshot in time. She's the only one there when he stops moving forever. The people in the house are in the house. So the doubt has to actually be reasonable, though. And you can't just ignore things like car data and phone data that weren't altered and changed just because you want her to be innocent. There was nobody else near John when he stopped permanently moving forever except Karen and her vehicle. How so? Did he get beat up within 4 seconds and thrown out on the lawn? As someone who was in law enforcement, you really believe law enforcement agents who could have had access to the back gate and thrown him out into the woods near train tracks that wouldn't have been found forever would just dump him on the front lawn and say, hopefully he dies? He got beat up on one side of his body only? And that seems logical to you. Seems logical that he went up and down steps, right? But that's before he ever arrives at Fairview. His phone says that he went up steps before he ever even arrives outside of Fairview. You have to explain the things that the defense is saying. And most of the things the defense is saying are completely debunked by pieces of evidence. He can't be going up and down stairs if he didn't even arrive at the place yet, right? His phone stops moving forever, where he is found within seconds of Karen backing up and nobody else is around him at that time. Explain that away. You can't just explain that away. There's no evidence that clears Karen from anything. As a matter of fact, there is a crap ton of evidence that proves that she is lying. Within minutes of her, quote, dropping him off, she's calling him saying she doesn't know where he is. Like, Agent 99 says, honestly, I watched the docuseries. Her own admissions. She stated so many inconsistencies to quote. I didn't think he was mortally wounded. That's a good one. It's also the picking piece of glass out of his nose. The fact that she thought that it's totally cool to harass and intimidate witnesses. That's totally fine, right? As long as she doesn't think that they should be witnesses, then that's like kosher, right? That's totally cool. Her demeanor should really tell everybody a lot. Like, it absolutely should have went to trial. And it'll keep going to trial until she's found guilty or not guilty. Like, well, that's me too. It made me think about it because I am distrustful of people in positions of power because I've dealt with people in positions of power who lie and people just believe them because they're in positions of power. So it made me rethink it in the beginning, but there's too much evidence. Her taillight's already smashed out at 5 a.m. before the cops are ever called. So who's planting taillight they don't even have yet? Like, right? Like, oh, we just won't mind. Like, Jessie said the second she opened her mouth on television, on the documentaries, I then literally went back and watched the trial. I hope you watched the trial from like Court TV or somewhere where like you weren't interrupted to just watch both sides, because a lot of the time what happened last trial was that anybody who thought she was innocent only watched the parts that the defense did. They completely talked over anything that the Commonwealth did, which is if you want the entire case, you want the entire trial, you have to listen to both sides. You have to listen to the whole thing and all of the context, right? Like, not cherry pick pieces, not talk over when the Commonwealth's doing it. I listen to both sides when they're doing cross examinations and all that. Like, so like when you go back, people can say like, oh, well, the witnesses are lying. Well, tell me what they're lying about. Nobody can still answer that question, by the way. I've asked a lot of Free Karen Read, what are they lying about then? You say they're lying on the stand. What are they lying about? And I don't mean them saying like around 12:40 and it actually being like 12:38 or something, because of course they're not going to know a pinpoint time. Neither would you. It's a roundabout idea, right? You can't say like, oh, well, they said around 12:40 or 12:30 and it was actually 12:32, so they're liars. That's not lying. Stop it. It's them remembering a roundabout time. Like, let's not be ridiculous. Like, I'm talking about actual lies. Somebody give me something that says they were lying, because nobody can answer that question still. All they say is, oh, they lied. About what? About what? That's another thing. Did they plant his shoe? Flying off of his foot. They just planted his shoe too. The one that Free Karen Read also says is missing, which isn't missing. Then they said his belt was missing. Yesterday, I heard it was his socks. By the way, we have a picture of him on the gurney at the hospital with his socks on. So I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? It's definitely an opportunity to watch it again. And now we have more data. We have more car data. We know that. We know that. Yes, beyond a reasonable doubt. And I believe that standard is there. I believe that standard is there. You can't get me past her car and him being the only two people in that space when her car backs up and he stops moving forever. Show me how that could have happened any other way. Show me. Agent 99 says, just look at the other side. I watched the trial and recently now believe she's so guilty. Like a shot of cold water to the face. It's so obvious to me now. Is it because you stepped away from that sort of thinking, or that sort of like mob mentality of just repeating and parroting things that you're being told, like actually going and looking at things? Or like, did you just decide one day that like after the ID documentary, you were like, wait a second, some things just aren't sitting right with me. And like, I think I need to go back and look, because I think people that are dug in on this, oh, she's innocent, it's all a frame up and a conspiracy job, don't ever want to look at the actual pieces of evidence. And when you point out the actual pieces of evidence to them, they just say, oh, it's corrupt. Oh, well, we can't look at that evidence because everything the Commonwealth does is corrupt. That's not an argument. You could say everything the defense does is corrupt, and the defense have been the only ones proven in court to be the ones lying to the court, and pretty badly too. Like that's a huge problem. Like, yeah, the tail light is in his clothes. Like, that's a good point. Nobody changed my mind except for her or made me think differently. Yeah, it's been over. Like, it's been over. That the audit is over. It's done. Like, it's, you know? Well, that's the thing. You have to deny actual things that happen for that sort of reality to stick. And it's just getting, it's kind of, it gets on my nerves. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it really should get on everyone's nerves, but, sorry, I'm trying to pay my phone bill. Like, I've been still trying to do that. Sorry. 1 second. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I want people to actually be able to call me and text me. I get good like information like as the show's going, so I want people to be able to do that. And if it's saying like blocked, that means that it's off. I hate this pin thing. Put in your pin. Like, dude, I just signed in. Like, how about that? For the view to hold up, you should tell them everything they need to know. Well, that's the thing. If you're denying actual pieces of evidence and just saying like, oh, well, that's sketchy. Well, that's not an answer. Like, you can say everything is sketchy if you want, you know, like you can literally say everything is sketchy. Like, every single thing is sketchy. Doesn't make it so, you know, like, for the love of Pete. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I need to. Yeah, they were given permission. I know, I saw that. They were claiming like President Trump is going to help them. Like, I mean, you can't get any more Delulu than that. Okay? You can't. You just can't. Like, Brian Albert and yeah, their lawyers were given permission to tell the court they were cleared. Like, they were not under investigation by the federal government. They were cleared. Like, but again, people like to ignore that. That happened in open court. In open court, that happened. You can't just ignore things like that to say, well, the federal investigation like cleared them, but they're still sketchy. They did it. Like, numerous investigations cleared them. Like, you can call it doubt, but I don't think it's reasonable by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I changed my mind in light of the evidence, you know, a long time ago. Yeah, she's admitted she was drinking, you know, she was drunk. Everybody hear me fine? Got to check your sound, darling. I think my sound should be fine. Well, that's another thing. It's not reasonable to believe that there's magically dog bites in a pig's ear when there's no dog DNA, not even a dog hair. Nada. None say. Like, That's not reasonable. That's not reasonable. Yeah, you might be behind if you can't hear me. She said she used to think it was an accident. And now I think it's deliberate, which breaks my heart. Wasn't there a deal for 18 months in the yeah, very early on there was. All right, phone bill is done. All right, also just real quick, I know I'm like behind in the comments by like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up. No, yeah, no. You're safe here. You know that. You know that. Because the defense did a great job of trying to poison the jury pool with people who are still to this day trying to sneak onto the jury so they can just acquit her. I mean, are you not seeing that people are actually trying to sneak onto the jury to just not to weigh the evidence, but just to acquit her? Like, there was a lot of poisoning of the jury pool happening, and if you say that there wasn't, then I can't even take you seriously, because everyone should be able to agree that there was a ton of poisoning of the jury pool happening. Like that happened, okay? And so you have people now who think that it's normal to go and be called for jury service and not be honest and lie their way onto a jury just so they can say not guilty. That's not normal. That's not. If they thought that she was innocent, why the hung jury? I mean, it's the same, you know what I'm saying? Like, why the hung jury? I think the hung jury really was because Lally had to do more sort of backtracking on this whole giant conspiracy and trying to debunk that more than he was putting on a timeline. And I think Hank will do a better job of that. I think there needs to be a lot of visuals for a jury. I think that there needs to be a timeline for them to be able to follow, to know what time this started, what time this happened, and the data that shows what time this happened. I think it's going to be very important for these people to be able to see what happened and when, right? So at 12, whatever, she backs up. Within seconds of that, he stops moving forever, his phone data says. So like, they need to see a timeline, and then they need to see the data that backs that up, of course. Like, that is something that you're going to want to show a jury so that they can come to a decision. I want to read these real quick. I do have 2 Venmos, and I appreciate it, you guys. This is the part where I say, like, make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you can donate to the channel, it really helps. We're just a small channel, so we don't have the super chats and the super stickers and the memberships right now. We're working on it, but we don't have it yet. Again, but at the bottom, there's a little ticker that scrolls by at the bottom of your screen, and those are the ways that you can donate: Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. I have a $20 donation from GA Mom. Thank you, GA Mom. Says, thanks for giving us a place to watch and discuss. I appreciate you so much. And then I have one from Karen that says EXO, and it's for $50. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate you. I'll check real quick to make sure there's no PayPals. So they know what time his seatbelt. I do have one. I have $25. It says, best of luck with your channel. Confidential donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. I want to make sure that I don't miss anybody, because I always want to show you guys that I am very much appreciative. If it wasn't for you guys, I don't know how I would survive over here on the channel and keep bringing you guys the content. So I appreciate you guys more than, because I think these conversations are really important to have. Like, we don't, it's in one of the documents. I think it was like 12:31 or 12, it's 12:30 in some seconds, or 12. So we do know, Hank knows what time his seatbelt came off, like, so are we supposed to just ignore all the Commonwealth data? We're supposed to ignore all of it. We'll just ignore all the Commonwealth data because it's, quote, sketchy. Why ignore data wasn't compromised? The car data, why the phone data? Why ignore that data? Yep, they did actually explain it. Yeah, It is a simple, but you would be surprised, Agent 99, how many people actually don't go and look for the pieces of evidence, and how many people actually just reparrot things that they've been told or things that they read on like X or Facebook that if they've been told by the same people that believe the same thing, that they're just repeating over and over and over. Like you'll see the same mantras, the same talking points over and over and over and over, even if they're not true, even if they're completely false, because they watched 75 other people say it. So then they repeated it. They don't bother to take 10 seconds to actually go read the court document that it's in to show that that's not true, or to go back and watch the trial on a certain piece of evidence. They actually just repeat it as if it is true without doing any sort of research whatsoever. Like, I know, right? You know, I once believed that in the very beginning, but you know, the things like her calling him just minutes afterwards and saying something like nobody knows where you are, you know, like, yeah, but you have to learn how to take your bias out of that, right? And start looking at the pieces of evidence. There's no single piece of evidence that points to anybody else except Karen. Nothing. You can't just say all the Commonwealth's data is false. That's not reasonable by any stretch of the imagination. And I would hope that somebody in law enforcement wouldn't say like, well, we just can't listen to anything the Commonwealth says, and none of the data that clearly could not have been altered. We just dismiss all of it. Like, it can't be everyone's lying except Karen. Like, yep, even Arca said she could not have broken her taillight, and you watch the taillight clear the car. Her taillight completely clears John's car. No, that's the problem, right? We want people that go in there and just look at all the pieces of evidence. That's what we want. Like, what coincidences, though? You're talking about butt dials, okay? Butt dials are not proving whether Karen's innocent or guilty. The butt dials mean nothing. So somebody as law enforcement, that's like, I'm not going to lie, it's kind of scary that you are focused on coincidences of butt dials. Like, what exactly are butt dials going to prove or disprove? Especially coming from a guy that didn't know how to read the Celebrite information to begin with and completely got wrong what time a Google search happened. Like, there's a reason why the jury didn't take him seriously. Okay? There's a reason why the jury didn't listen to Mr. Green. And it was because there were two experts, including the person from Celebrite, to say that that didn't happen, that there were no deleted calls either. Like, the phone puts it in the background, quote, delete, but there was no user deleted anything. Like, so once again, I would hope that someone who was in law enforcement wouldn't just say like, oh, well, there's a coincidence, so she must be innocent. Like, you could pick out, if you want to find coincidences, you can find about 1 million when it comes to Karen. Is it a coincidence she locked the cops out of her house so that she could brick her phone the second time they came to get it? Is it a coincidence that she says she knows who did it, and then, you know, she says she doesn't know who did it, but then she names people? Like, she has very inconsistent statements and inconsistent stories. It's changed numerous times. Like, she could not have broken her taillight on John's car. It's not possible. Even Arca said it's not possible. Also, her taillight completely clears it. Go watch the video again. Seriously. Go watch it again. Go back and watch her car back up. Her taillight completely clears John's car. It is her car itself that hits John's car a smidge. Well, that's the thing. You can't just say like, oh, no, I can't look at any of the Commonwealth's evidence. If you're gonna say like you want to look like and you want to hear, like, then actually look. Don't just come here and say, well, all the Commonwealth's evidence I can't listen to because it's coincidence or it's shady. Well, I think there's a lot of coincidences and shady on here. But if there was a piece of evidence that showed something other than Karen doing it, then I would love to see it. None of that exists. There were a federal investigation, there was an audit, and it found the same thing, that there was no cover up, there was no conspiracy. How many different people need to say, or different entities need to say, there is no conspiracy, there is no cover up, there was no tampering of evidence before people start to believe it? I mean, once again, is everyone lying or is Karen lying? Occam's razor. Like, at this point telling me, Tyler, that everyone else is lying and that no piece of evidence that the Commonwealth has, the taillight, the data, the hard data from her car or her phone or John's phone, none of it can be believed. None of it, because the Commonwealth put it out there. Yeah, and she also quit being a lawyer to just do YouTube full time, you know? You mean the crash reconstruction people that weren't given all the evidence? You mean like the tech stream data that they're supposed to be, actual like experts in? They weren't given any tech stream data. They weren't given any of the actual pieces of evidence. Like they had no idea taillight was found on John's clothing. They had no idea how cold it was, what the winds were. That they had no clue of a multitude pieces of evidence. So, and also lied about paying them. That's a huge problem. Like, you can't. The crash reconstruction experts from ARCA also said that Karen couldn't have broken her taillight backing into John's car. So, I mean, you can believe what you want, but there is no evidence that she was framed. Nothing, not a single sliver of evidence that she was framed. As a matter of fact, there's many pieces of evidence to show that she has lied numerous times. Well, that's the thing. You want people to just believe that like nothing the Commonwealth says can be listened to, not even the data. Like, I mean, I don't think that that's logical or reasonable. Like, come on. Yeah, right, exactly. Didn't she call him the patron saint of Canton at one point? Like, well, they might at this point. They have more data from the car. They did that chip on and chip off again. So, well, Tyler, I don't know if you would be a reasonable observer of facts if you're saying that everything the Commonwealth has, even data that couldn't be altered, we just can't listen to. That's not reasonable. I think you know that. I think you know that that's not reasonable. Like, I think that we see in the video, you can see his Franken truck go up the side street next to it while the police cruisers are all there. There's actually a video of that exists of Lucky going up the street, not down Fairview like he said, but up a street next to it, and at the same time that the police cruisers were there. So if he's saying that he saw a he's saying light, but an SUV Ford Edge outside, the only car he could have seen would have been Karen's SUV. So, I mean, his timeline has moved each time he's been interviewed. That's another problem that the jury had. They just couldn't, his timelines didn't match, his testimonies didn't match. So they didn't believe that someone who hit a basketball net couldn't remember anything except the exact times that he would have been near a body that he didn't see. They didn't find it credible. Well, they did pay off the expert witnesses, as we know, and then lied to the court about it. And I find that very suspicious and very creepy. If the Commonwealth had done something like that, people would be screaming from the rooftops how improper it was. Like, they don't look at the data, though. That's half the problem. You have to go back and look at all the data. And also, what we also need to do is we need to look at the data when we get all of it again in this trial. Like, there's more that was missed the first time when the defense experts did the chip off. So now we have more. You know? Well, that's the other thing. Multiple people killed John, but like you won't find anyone who to say anything bad about the man. I mean, it just that's not reasonable. It's not also like to frame a woman who on all accounts everybody claimed they liked before this. Okay, everybody said they liked Karen before this. So what motive is there to frame her? Proctor certainly didn't have one. He was on call. He's going to know that magically that's the night, like that he's going to be on call, that he's going to be called to this case? Come on, that's not reasonable. Like, it's not. It's just not. That's exactly it, Agent 99. And that's the part that I can't get past, right? His phone stops at that time, just seconds after Karen books it in reverse at 75% pedal. That's a fact, okay? That is an absolute fact. It is in the data. 75% pedal. She put that gas at 75%. And even when hitting, she didn't apply the brake right away. And as we know, all of her sensors were on because we can hear them in the garage in her butt dial. How coincidental, right? Like, talk about coincidence. Like, she had all of her sensors on. We could hear them beeping when she pulled into John's garage. So you're going to tell me that those weren't beeping and screaming at her while she pedaled to the metal at 75%? I mean, explain to me how else John would stop moving at 12:32 and whatever seconds right after Karen's SUV backs up. Give me another explanation to that. I don't think you can give me one, Tyler, because that's 2 minutes from 12:30 to 12:32. What exactly you're telling me that what? While Karen's there, John goes inside, gets beat up in the basement and thrown out on the lawn while she's there? That's not logical. Also, John's phone never goes in the house. It never moves past the place where he is ultimately found, and Karen tries to take his phone out of his pocket. So we know it was with him. Sandra Birchmore. Also, you can't put those two cases together. It really irks me when people do that. Like, they're two completely separate cases that have nothing to really do with one another. She lived in Canton, but she was dealing with Stoughton officers, not the same department. Morning, Penny. Well, that's the thing, right? Yes, you watched it. Cool. I mean, oh, that's, yeah. See, I like streamed the trial last time, and we mostly would talk during like sidebars or like breaks that the court had. I talked through lunch break because it's important to talk about what happened in the first half. So I streamed the trial. I'll stream the trial again this time. But I try not to talk over anyone because I want to hear all of it. I want to hear everything, you know? Like, yeah, we don't know. We don't need to know. But then they're saying they do know. And then here they are again saying they know. You're pointing fingers at a boy that wasn't even there when Karen and John pulled up outside. He was not even there. Colin was gone. Like, maybe, see, that's another problem. Just making references to things that people are saying does not make them true. It's, you know, there are some things that like the defense isn't even saying that like people have gone on this wild goose chase of saying. Oh, well, I'm guessing that's because she talked to her parents and they want them under oath. They want to put them under oath, asking them questions. If they're going to lie, they're going to lie under oath and be charged. Yeah. Well, now we know that the defense is sketchy. Like, that's provable now. Like, they did some sketchy shit and they got caught. Like, it's that simple. Defense is sketchy as hell. Like, Karen's conspiracy theory is very sketchy. That's another thing. There was no cross-examination of Kerry at all. Why? Because if they cross-examined Kerry, they knew part of that conspiracy starts to blow up in their faces, because then you'd have to say that Kerry was a part of it, and Kerry wasn't there the night before. She was only helping that morning. Here you go back to the cause of death. Listen, if you're law enforcement, you should very well know that the cause of death is not evidence as to what did or didn't happen. It is the ME's job to just try to figure out like what the cause of death is. If there are too many things to explore, then they just put undetermined, right? There were too many things with a head wound that could have happened. So, and also they don't have the evidence. The ME doesn't get handed all the evidence and say, here you go, figure it out. They're not detectives. Their job is to, based on the injuries, try to decide whether it's a suicide, a homicide, undetermined. And because any number of blunt force objects could have hit his head, aliens could have, she put it as undetermined. That does not prove it doesn't prove who killed him or when or why. It doesn't prove anything. You should know that. You should absolutely know that. That absolutely was proof that the defense lied deliberately. Well, that's the thing. Why isn't it for them to know? They're claiming they know, they're pointing fingers at people, then they're getting on with, they tell Steve from the media that they know who it is. We all know who it is, Steve. Everybody knows who it is. Then they get on with Ted Daniels and say, she looks at Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson looks at her and answers it for her and says, we don't know. And it's not for us to know. And then weeks later, they get up in the court and point fingers at 3 people, one of which the judge says, nah, you're not pointing fingers at somebody who wasn't even there. Proctor was fired for his text messages. Let's make that clear, okay? He was fired for his personal text messages about how he felt about Karen. They did not find any sort of collusion, corruption, planting of evidence. They found none of that. They fired him for his time that he drank when he was doing something down the Cape, which I honestly think is ridiculous. He's not expected to be on the clock 24/7, and they require them to bring their vehicles with them. So unless you're allowing one of them to drive a personal vehicle and one of them drive a cruiser, they have every right when they're not on the clock and at their hotel to go have a drink with dinner. I think that was absolutely absurd what they expected in that situation. I think it was really just an excuse. But yeah, the drink amounts change 4 to 6 to 7. We know it's 9. We all know how we come to that conclusion. We'll say it again. The data, the car data, Karen's car data, and John's phone data. Maybe the pig will testify. Maybe it'll also grow wings. Maybe it'll grow wings as well. Phone bills are overrated. Yeah, they are, unfortunately, also expensive. I've been open-minded from the jump, but when evidence gets pulled in, some things are just really tough to look past, and I can't take people sugarcoating the death of a police officer. It makes my skin crawl. Yeah, I agree with you. That's the thing. The jury didn't believe she was framed either. They thought maybe it was an accident, but they absolutely did not think that she was framed. Well, that's the thing. She has numerous stories that are ever changing as well. The truth doesn't change, just, it's insane. Trooper Paul was probably not the right person to try to explain these things. He was nervous. He has a stutter. It was probably the first time he was ever testifying, but I don't think he is an idiot. That's for sure. I think he was put in a really shitty position, and Jackson was being kind of a dick to him, dude. There was actually no need to be such a dick. That's the other thing. Her taillight was there before they ever had access to her vehicle. So, come on, man. Let's use common sense here. Thank you guys for telling me I was muted. Sorry, I'm just sending a message out that I'm seeing right now. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anyone here when it comes to this stuff. I'm just going to check donations real quick and make sure. This would be the time when I ask you guys to like and subscribe and share the videos. They did not believe that she was framed. We know that from the jury things. No, she didn't. She didn't ask what happened to John. I left him here. She told them that she left him at the waterfall. That's another weird thing. Yeah, I'm guessing that she was probably added because they want under oath Mr. and Mrs. Reed's testimony about what Karen told them. Wait a second. Are you saying that in the initial search there was way less snow? Are you from here, Tyler? Because that's not true. There wasn't way less snow in the initial search. The initial search was during the blizzard, while the snow was still heavily coming down. That's when the initial search started. And they found pieces of glass. And then the CERT team came that same day. Okay. The same day. There was still a ton of snow when they were looking for the initial search. So to say that there was way less snow, there wasn't way less snow. There was less, but not way less. Like, there was still a ton of snow on the ground, and they found pieces of glass. They found something. Like, just because they didn't find all the pieces right then and there, don't make it suspicious or coincidence. Like, they're in a blizzard. That's would be common sense to say, oh shit, they're in a blizzard. They're probably not going to find everything all at once. And realistically, they should have just waited until all the snow stopped and then tried to look for things. But they were trying to preserve whatever they possibly could, because you're talking about a crime scene that is actively going to degrade in a storm with wind, anything blowing away. The snow is picking up biological evidence. Like, you want to try to get anything you can right away. And that's what they did. I agree with you, Jen. I think the multiple stories should have made people pause, but see, it doesn't seem that some of them will. Like, well, that's the thing. Look at the actual pieces of evidence. I don't know who it was. She reads them all out. She doesn't say whether the Commonwealth is calling them or the defense is calling them. She just reads them all. So I'll try to look into that. Like, there it is. You have to actually go and look at the court documents and the testimony yourself. Like, Dr. Welcher's testimony is going to be terrible for the defense. Absolutely terrible. Like, that's it right there. It's a snapshot in time. It's always rinse and repeat, but I'm trying to, I'm trying to give people pieces of evidence. It gets frustrating though when you're giving them that evidence and they are just like, no, I can't listen to that because the Commonwealth is sketchy, or there's a coincidence of butt dials. Butt dials prove nothing. They don't prove she's innocent. They don't prove she's guilty. They really don't mean shit. We all butt dial. Also, Richard Green wasn't, he said that there was deletions. There wasn't. He said that a Google search happened at 2:37. That didn't happen until after 6. So I don't really trust most of what Richard Green says. I would only trust it if it came from Celebrate themselves. It's their software, or somebody who is certified, which he was not in that software. And as we know, the deleted calls he said were there were not. Those were not. That was not true. Richard Green had to actually apologize on the stand for any anguish he had caused, and I think he caused a lot. So I don't even know why he's on the witness list this time, because it's like, if you actually want to apologize, it would probably be to correct the record, sir. Which again, he did. He, in a way, he like changed his testimony. So that's another thing that they pointed out. Like, so you're changing your testimony now from what you originally said. Like, come on. No, he did mention the seatbelt. He did mention the seatbelt. He said they knew what time that John took his seatbelt off. That was like in court. He said that. And I was like, wait, what? Like, that's what gave me the first indication that they maybe possibly had other information on like what was being played on the screen, or like what time John got up out of his seat. Because if they have the seatbelt information, there's also sensors in the seats that, like, when you get up out of the seat, like it doesn't ask you to put a seatbelt anymore because it knows there's not a human in the seat. So like when you're sitting on the seat and your seatbelt isn't on, that warning thing goes off on the dash that says, hey, put your seatbelt on. Somebody doesn't have a seatbelt on. It dings and dings and dings until you put your seatbelt on. So the car would know what time you get up out of that seat. That's another thing. People expect that they're just like magically going to know everything that happened right away. Like, I think everybody should be looking, not just listening to everyone, going and looking at the evidence themselves. Like, I try to listen to everything they say in the motion hearings, but I agree with you. Like, I think sometimes they hear keywords and then like, that's all they hear, like, well, yeah, Karen's definitions and reasons are completely different than everybody else's on planet Earth. Like, but it actually is true in this case. We know the data from Canton. I'm also from the area. Like, we know for a fact, like, they hadn't had a murder in 25 years in Canton. Like, So we know their crime rates are much lower there. We know that they weren't equipped for murders, but also any unattended death is the state police. They take jurisdiction on that. Like, and she definitely blamed him. I mean, where are you? Nobody knows where you are just minutes after she supposedly dropped him off. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Like, that's the thing. That's the one thing that gets me is nobody knows where you are except you're claiming you just dropped him off. So why minutes later are you saying nobody knows where you are? That's a really strange thing to say. Like, yeah, they absolutely have recreated the marks on his arm from the taillight pieces, and it matches pretty damn perfectly. Butt dials isn't data. Also, when you have somebody reading the data that has no idea what they're reading, that's a big, huge problem. I know, right? Facts mean nothing, apparently. That's another thing. She looked at her taillight, was concerned that there was going to be sparks, pulled a piece of her taillight out, dropped it in John's driveway because she was so concerned there was going to be some sort of electrical fire, which is what she told Gretchen Voss, which again, that will come into the trial under Gretchen's interview. Just because Officer Lank might have thought he got into a fight doesn't mean that that's what happened. I mean, Officer Lank isn't a trained medical personnel. He's not going to know what a doctor knows, which is those black eyes come from his head injury. I know you're not expecting that an officer magically knows everything medical. Like, come on. She was very angry. Also, no not angry person backs up at 75% pedal. You're not just hunky-dory happy backing up with your pedal at 75 out of 100%. Like, birthday coincidence? It doesn't, again, it doesn't matter what original officers on the scene thought. The facts are what matter. And the fact is he had a head injury. And also they had no idea that that scratch on his nose came from Karen picking out a piece of glass, because that's what she says, right? Like, whether she's lying or not, I don't know, but that's what she says, is she picked that piece of glass out of his nose. So that's where that scratch would come from, right? Like, that would explain that, right? Like, I know that you're not saying that like officers should magically know what those were caused by. Like, it doesn't matter what they thought, it matters what the evidence is to prove what it is. And as we know, that's called raccoon eyes, and anybody who works in the medical field would know that that kind of head strike will cause that. Exactly. Nothing was user deleted. It was deleted as in by the phone, put in the background, but nothing was user deleted. So all those quote deleted calls that they claimed happened never happened. No, actually, Dr. Rentschler said he absolutely could have been hit by the car and hit his head. Did you miss that part? Dr. Rentschler, you can go back and watch it, absolutely said that he could have been hit by the back of Karen's car and hit his head. I don't know where you're getting that from. Where do you get botched from? Exactly. Because there are pieces of evidence that couldn't have been, quote, botched. Her car data and the phone data being some of those wonderful pieces of evidence. Show me how those are botched, please. I would love for you to tell me how those pieces of evidence that have been touched by nobody but actual forensic experts could have been botched. Appenditure is going to tear apart this entire thing. Like, yeah, nobody knows where you are. I think that was setting up an alibi. I mean, it's a weird thing to say. Like, no. And Arca, if we're going to go with Arca, said that she could not have broken her taillight doing that. Also, her taillight clears his car completely. Go back and look at it. We have, though. See, that's the difference between you and us, is we have sat here and argued why certain things, like, you're not giving a piece of evidence that shows anybody else did it. Give me a piece of evidence that shows anybody else but Karen did it. You can't, because it doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. Coincidences and butt dials don't prove that someone else did something. Show me a piece of evidence, some data, some DNA, something, anything. There's nothing. There is nothing. That's right, Diana. A liar never tells the same story. That's also how you guys can tell the shooter is a liar, because he changes it just a little bit every time. Nope. They're two different sizes. That's why. coincidences don't tell us anything. Sure. Sure. There is no call at 2:20 a.m. between Higgins and Albert. You know that, right? That doesn't exist. I'm aware. I'm fully aware. But that's the thing. Answer if you want us to answer your questions, we're answering your questions, but you're not answering ours. Get me past the car data. What happened in that 2 minutes? Who came out in that 2 minutes and beat him up until his phone stops moving forever after Karen's car backs up? Give me a piece of evidence that shows someone else did it. Everything they're doing is lies and corruption, exactly. But everything the defense is doing is on the up and up, right? Like, come on now, stop it. It doesn't matter. They purposely didn't pay them until after the first trial. I hope you realize that. They lied and purposely waited to pay them until after the trial was over so that they could say, well, we didn't pay anybody. That is lying to the court. That is not having candor to the court. You intended on paying them. The law says that even if they intended on paying them, it has to be disclosed. They wrote that they weren't intending on paying them when they absolutely were intending on paying them. She was clearly angry. Clearly angry. Like, well, that's the problem. They're not questioning a single thing Karen does. Everything's just a conspiracy cover-up, like, and all of her inconsistencies, all of the lies she has told. They have no single problem with any of it. Lucky didn't see a body. Please tell me, for the love of God, you can't possibly be law enforcement and say that because somebody neither did any of the witnesses in the house. Lucky is so inconsistent with his times. I mean, the man couldn't see just feet away in the courtroom, and you expect me to believe that he's gonna see a body if he can't even see the words on a screen feet away from him? Come on, not even you could believe that as someone who's law enforcement. Let's for the love of God concede here that he's just not reliable. Like who's an uninvited third party witness? Who? Because Steve Scanlon's on that witness list, by the way. I want you all to know that he's not going to sit there and testify to the things that the defense claimed that were said or did. He's going to testify to the absolute truth of what happened. Like, he couldn't even see the screen in the courtroom. Like, yes, they do have retainer dated way before. Yeah, didn't see the basketball hoop either, but magically he's going to see a body. I don't know if you've ever been to that house. I don't think that you have with the statements that you're making, but right outside of 34 Fairview Road at night, there is no lighting. There's no street lights right there. There's a whole row of trees where John was. It is literally on the edge of the property line in like what you would call like wood chips and dirt and grass, okay, with bushes and all sorts of stuff over there. It is pitch black at night and it was snowing. Nobody was going to see him. It wasn't right in front of the front door. It wasn't in a well-lit area. He was all the way over on the side of the property. The jury didn't think it was credible. That's another thing. I don't think he lied. I think he was roped into trying to pin down a time that he couldn't pin down because they kept telling him he was a hero if he would testify. And Aiden went after him just a month before he magically changed the timeline. He had already given interviews that don't match his timeline. We have him on video going up a street when he's claiming he's going down Fairview at that time. So his testimony does not add up to the video that we have proving that it's not true. Like, well, that's the thing. I have done every piece of evidence in this. I've been covering this since close to the beginning of this. Like, I mean, go back and look. Don't just say things. Like, okay, and I'll tell you exactly why I wouldn't have if I was the Commonwealth either. Why would I hire a company that was hired by the federal government? The federal government, by the way, didn't ask for a single piece of evidence from the Commonwealth. They only took things from the defense. Now, first of all, that's shady as hell. Number one. Okay. I think the way that investigation was opened was shady as hell, but still, that investigation was closed and they found nothing. Like, come on, man. Like, If you're going to make a point or you want us to answer your questions, answer ours. What happened in those 2 minutes between 12:30 and 12:32 from when Karen backed up and John's phone stops moving forever? What happens? Give me a piece of evidence that shows somebody else besides Karen did it. I don't think Lucky lied on purpose. I think he was sort of roped into trying to be the quote hero. And he tried, but it didn't line up. Doesn't line up with the video. It doesn't line up with his other testimony. It just doesn't line up. And of course, the jury didn't think it did either. Like, correct. It was. It's on dash cam video. Oh yeah, Welcher's thing is going to show a lot of people what happened exactly. You know, it is major. It tells me she was very angry. Nobody who's not angry isn't going to put 75% in pedal. Like, you know. We gave but this is the deflect thing, right? Where you ask the same questions we've answered 75 times. You can keep saying, where's the evidence he was hit by a car? But we answered that already. Her car data, his phone data, his injuries. First of all, the scratches or abrasions on his arm line up with the pieces of taillight, by the way, just FYI. And he was clipped with the side of the car on one side of his body. You don't get beat up on one side of your body. If you're in a fight, you don't just get beat up on one side, just FYI. He has a bruise in the back of his knee where he probably would have been hit by the car. And if you're relying on using that same tactic of asking the same question that's been answered 72 times, but completely ignoring the actual answer, then I'm not going to keep answering it, and neither should anybody else. We've answered it 72 times. Like, ex-girlfriends, not girlfriends, ex-girlfriends. Bella's mom was someone that he saw. So yeah, she was mad. So are you saying that she wasn't mad? Because she was pissed the fuck off. She said she was pissed off. There's microscopic pieces of taillight in John's clothing. Like, come on. It's another thing. Karen knew exactly where he was from the road when not even the first responders, when he was uncovered in snow, could see him. It's absolutely how it works. What do you mean that's not how it works? Of course that's how it works. Like, what do you mean? Like, what reason would anybody have to frame Karen? Where's the motive? Like, nobody said he had multiple ongoing girlfriends. It said that Belly's mom lived around the corner, dude. Like, that was that. It's exactly right, Jojo. But when you stay in that bubble and then you refuse to look at the other pieces of evidence, like, actually, I think that would be a lie. You can't say that most of us have never hung around with cops in your lives. Some of my friends are cops, so that would be, and family, so that would be just a blatantly false statement. Like, some in here are cops. That's the funny part. I'm not going to say who, but you're literally talking to people in here who are former law enforcement. The new car data is going to be even more damning. And it's like, what, are you going to ignore that too? You can ignore it too because the Commonwealth put it out there. So we're just ignoring everything the Commonwealth put out because you don't like it? Like, come on. If you want to hear the other side, you're really not hearing it, seems like. Like, I'm not running a show to answer the same question 75 times over and over and over. We're here to talk about the pieces of evidence that already exist in a way that people can have these conversations. But it's very obvious at this point that you don't actually want to hear the other side. You don't actually want to look at pieces of evidence. You just want to say that the Commonwealth and everything they touch is corrupt and you can't look at any of the evidence, even while not conceding that some of these things could not have been altered or touched, like the car data and the phone data. Like, I'm still waiting for about 1 million answers to my questions. Like, and the jury, okay, didn't find some of the things that you're saying to be credible. Like, It absolutely was a blizzard. Did you not see the dash cam footage? They couldn't even see John from the street when they pulled up. Absolutely was a blizzard. We were in a state of emergency. The state was in a state of emergency. The wind was howling. Like, I live here. They're going to tell me what it was like. I live here. How is that possible if he was covered in like 4 inches of snow or 4 or 6 inches of snow? Maybe where you lived, not in Canton. It's possible. No, the covering was they were attempting to put up tape at one point, and the shit started blowing away. There was like 35-mile-per-hour winds. It would have just blown away. You're not going to put up something that's going to blow away and then fly across your crime scene, dude. There's no purpose in that. There was more than 2 inches. I don't know where you get that idea from. Like, we can see that very well from just even the dash cam footage. And also, I live here. Like, I live here. Not in 35-mile-per-hour winds, they don't. You're not going to put the tents that they erect aren't tents that are meant to stay there in high winds. You don't put a tent up in high winds. It's just going to blow away and bend the frame. Yeah, that really hurts my heart too. Peggy, poor Peggy. Like, sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the comments, guys. Yeah, we also have the video with the leaf blower. Like, the wind was way too strong. Well, that's the thing. You're also arguing against your own points by saying everything that the Commonwealth has is like you just don't want to listen to and you're not going to listen to. Like, that's another thing. We have somebody who literally does accident reconstructions right here, like, who's been here since trial 1. Like, I mean, technically, I guess it could be, but I don't think they'd do that because, it just wouldn't make sense. No, they did not ever address the Commonwealth's actual theory. They went with something that the Commonwealth actually never theorized on. Like, I don't know why the medical examiner didn't. I think she did. She did say that. She did. She explained, the medical examiner on the stand explained how those happen. I do. I do think thank you, GA Mom, and I appreciate your donation. I really do. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys, everybody who donates, everybody who, shares the video, everybody who I absolutely appreciate all of you because it really does help a lot. I am just a small channel. I'm not as big as some of these other people. I took that 6-month break, so I got a lot of catching up to do, but it's going to be a long trial. Okay. I do think it's going to be different. It's going to be a long trial. I'm going to be here every day, more than probably 8 hours a day. And so the donations do help. It helps with covering the cost that I have to do this every day for 6 or 8 weeks, so I appreciate you guys more than you know. I think it'll be different because we have different data now. We have more car data. We have more experts that can give visuals. We didn't have that last time, right? Like, we have timelines that are going to be nailed down for the jury to see, right? Like, ooh, that would have been cool, right? Or the straw, maybe the straw maestro, because remember they found Karen's straw, right? Like, they found her straw. Like, Right, exactly. What could have happened? But a million things could have happened, and that's why it's not their job to investigate whether it was this or that. Like, you're seriously saying that, like, magically you're gonna be able to see through snow when it's coming down at the rate that it was coming down at? It was coming down pretty hard. The first responders couldn't even see John when he was uncovered in snow from the street, right? Like, they couldn't. Like, but I do think that this will be different. It'll be much different trial. Like, could be a long time turtle writer, but that's half the problem. Is half these people just listen to everything that he says and thinks it's all facts. We're talking about the same man that sat there and told them that there was taillight on top of the snow. The same man who sat there and told them all of these false theories and assertions. He told them all of his cases would magically be dropped if Karen was found innocent. That's not even true. Not even a friggin' wouldn't even be possible. Like, that magically your witness intimidation charge is going to disappear if Karen's found innocent. No, you still committed witness intimidation while they were witnesses. The fact that he would even think that shows you he's not a very smart person. Like, yes, Abby, I did. And then evidence came out that showed me that it couldn't possibly be true, just like most of the people who figured that out as well. It's a sign of intelligence to admit when you are wrong. It's also a sign of intelligence to change your opinion when more information comes out. If you think that's funny, then this isn't the channel for you. You can go back to the echo chamber. You realize that other vehicle strikes are not going to match your injuries or anybody else's injuries, right? I had a friend who was hit by a car at 35 miles an hour, got up and walked away. Not even road rash. She had 2 scratches. 2 scratches. That was it. No broken bones. Didn't hit her head hard enough to do anything. 35 miles an hour and got up and walked away. Like, but she was also hit by the front of a vehicle, not the back of a vehicle. Very different. Like, not anyone's, you can't use someone else's accident as being hit by a car as proof that it couldn't have happened here. I mean, that's not even close to being, like, reasonable. Like, come on. I try to be very patient. Because I think it's important for people to have these conversations. Do I get frustrated? Yep, I sure do. Like, I sure do. Because when there's actual evidence that is showing you that something couldn't have happened reasonably and you ignore it, like, that's a problem. You're ignoring it for your own bias confirmation. Like, literally. Like, there was a multitude of things that changed that. I think most of the people here have heard this a million times, but the first red flag I got was Karen trying to control what I was saying on my channel about DNA. I was talking about that wasn't a public information that I knew about, started talking about it and instantly started getting messages about how if I cared about Karen, I would stop talking about it right now. Like, the fact that if you were a creator, you weren't allowed to post or talk about anything that might have made Karen look bad, even if it was a piece of evidence. That was my very second red flag. That was right after the first one, which was trying to control what I said on my very small channel. That was a huge red flag to me. Why would a murder defendant want to try to control what I'm saying and what I'm not saying? And I didn't take kindly to that. That was an immediate go fuck yourself, because I'm going to say what's part of the case, whether you like it or not. Like, it's part of it. It's part of it, whether it makes you look bad or makes you look good. I'm not here to push only what's good. Like, I'm here to talk about the case and the evidence in it. Right. But at that point, we didn't have, like, actual pieces of evidence that were being released. We only had people's word and very short amount of court documents where the Commonwealth wasn't really saying much, but the defense was putting a whole lot of nonsense out there. And then came the evidence. I got a bunch of public evidence through sources, and then I got some public evidence shortly thereafter and realized that some of the things that were being said couldn't possibly be true because the evidence is showing you that it's not true. So then I had to rethink this thing. So then we had the attack from the sewer turtle after I learned about his extracurricular activities. He did not know that, he did not like that I knew about that. So I became public enemy number one because I knew about something that he did that he shouldn't have done. And so if I also realized in that moment that if some of the things he was saying weren't true and he could also lie about me the way he did, like, then she's trying to control what I'm saying. Like, all the pieces of the puzzle started to fall in together. If he can easily lie about me the way he did and the things that he was already lying about that I caught with the pieces of evidence, then what else could he have possibly been lying about, right? So then you go back to the beginning and you start over and you say, okay, I got to start over. I got to start from scratch. I got to use just the court documents and just verifiable evidence and not anything that he's fucking saying, like, bottom line. And then you go back. And then along the line, you start picking out the pieces of actual evidence that happened. And you're like, all right, well, this does not add up for that happening because of this. We know they used shovels. So we know the taillight was not just sitting on top of the snow. That was one of the huge things he told people. Oh, the taillight was just sitting on top of the snow. It was planted because it was sitting on top of the snow. Like, I mean, we're talking about saying Proctor was the one who planted it for damn near a year. And now he's even saying, like, oh, it wasn't Proctor. Oh, you have to say that now. Why? Because Proctor didn't go to 34 Fairview, so he couldn't have planted it. Right? So it's ever-changing stories when things don't add up. Like, that should put pause on anyone or anything. Like, it is kind of a damn shame. I'm not gonna lie. It's a damn shame. Like, that is a true statement. We're gonna go with that again. We're gonna go with the news station that incorrectly reported there was a ring video and then retracted, because they did retract that statement. Which again means absolutely nothing to me, that a news station incorrectly reported something and then made a retraction. I mean, come on. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. And Canton got hit the worst out of places in the area. Like, yeah, the audit. You remember hearing about, well, the audit's going to show, and then now the audit shows that there was no corruption, collusion, and now what are they saying? The audit people are in on it. They didn't know what they were doing, right? Like, so when they get the answers they don't like, it's everybody's in on it. It's all a conspiracy. Like, come on. They are not consistent. If you're going to say that you've seen a lot of pedestrian car impacts and they're all consistent, then that would be a lie. You know damn well that is not true. Come on, stop it. I don't know why people say things just to say them. Like, don't say things just to make yourself right or seem like you're right, dude. Come on, have some common sense. Listen, I am not good at doing that on my phone because my arthritis and the fibromyalgia. So I'll tell you that. That's why I don't type a ton. My hands hurt and my keyboard is really small, but and I take autocorrect off because it's really annoying. And my phone's like older, so it like tends to freeze sometimes when I'm doing too many things at once. Like, I tried, did I not, Jesse? I attempted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tried. I tried. I try with everyone to actually give them a chance and have these conversations. Like, I mean, I don't know, I know a lot of people that aren't, because of the lies, because of the things he does, his whole entire life being a dumpster fire, but then him pointing fingers at everybody else for the exact same things he's currently doing, all the projection, all the lies, all the harassment. Like, I don't even know how anybody is a fan at this fucking point. Like, the people who are sitting there screaming he has receipts and he tells the truth, like, I have a rude awakening for you. When his trial comes, you're going to know that that's all a farce. It's all bullshit. And a lot of the times he manufactures these supposed receipts. Just FYI. Like, every body, every position is different. DJ's right. Every speed is different. Every road condition is different. There's never going to be the exact same thing on any one person on any strike. And this was a strike from behind. It's not a normal pedestrian accident from the front. It was from behind, and it was at the like one corner of the car, one part of the car. Not, she wasn't hit head dead center, right? Like, it was more of being clipped by the side of the vehicle. Yes, that's what I love about these kinds of cars, is they have a brain. They have a computer brain. They have an infotainment system and an ADR system. And we're going to get more information from those systems than we had the last time. Like, that's why I try to explain it, because I also realize that like a lot of people are not from this area. And so the misinformation about how much snow or where's the blood or all this BS bullshit lies that they're fed to believe in this conspiracy, like I have to remember some of these people just automatically believe it because they're not from this area. They don't know how much snow it was that day. They don't realize the winds. Like, so I have to then be like, hey guys, hi, yeah, I live here. Like, that's not what happened. Like, that's not at all even close. Like, oh, it definitely does. And also, Lisa, you're right. The fact that it was 18 degrees as well definitely makes it easier to break because it was so cold outside. And they didn't even, that's another thing. Arca didn't even go that low. They went to like 20 something degrees or 30 something degrees. They didn't even go that low. It was 18 degrees outside. And even they said it could break. So I don't even know why people are still arguing like polycarbonate can't break. It didn't break. It's too hard to break. Arca broke it. Hello? Like, and we still have people arguing that it can't break. Like it's still happening. Like as soon as that one mantra or one theory that they're saying is debunked, you'll either hear it go away forever and they'll never talk about it again, or they morph it into something else. Like as soon as they get an answer they don't like, that person is corrupt and in on the conspiracy. I mean, it happens every single time. You can predict it at that point. Like I mean, I've been accused of being in on it. I've also been accused of being in McAlbert like a million times. Like every time they hear something you don't like, you're a McAlbert. Everyone's a McAlbert. And so someone the other day said the same thing about a billion people have said, which is, which McAlbert are you? And I said, all of them. I'm every McAlbert. That's me. I'm all of them. Every single McAlbert. That is me. I am every McAlbert out there. That's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. Just saying. Just saying. Like, hold on. I guess gotta check something. Hold on. Oh, come on, phone. Do your thing. Okay. I have a $20 donation from Jennifer. She said, you are great. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you so very, very much, my friend. This is also the part that I'll ask if anybody who wants to donate to the channel can do so. At the bottom screen there is a ticker and it shows you how to. This is the bigger one. You can help out by doing Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, which we very much appreciate. We love our community here. I know you guys have put up with a lot today. I'm trying my best. I do want to have these conversations, but sometimes I do think they're starting to go around in circles here. Like, but I do my best to have a lot of patience. I do my best to try to debunk some of these lies that are being told because I think it's an important thing to do. I think it's important conversations to have. I think it's important that like people who believe some of the lies are shown that like those things are not true. The problem is some of them just refuse to even go and look at the evidence that shows that the things that they're saying are wrong. And a lot of the times they're just repeating the same mantras that other people are saying over and over and over and over. And some of them, I believe, will just never actually look at the pieces of evidence without saying, I can't look at anything the Commonwealth did. Everything is corrupt. Notice I didn't get a single answer about what happened in those 2 minutes besides Karen hitting John. There was no answer to that, right? They can't answer that. Give me one piece of evidence anybody else besides Karen did this. They can't do that either. Those should be easy things if you believe that she's, quote, factually innocent, right? Like those should be easy things to do. Come on. Like, come on now. Yeah, the fact that anybody would still believe that there are any federal indictments or the investigation's over. It's been over. It has been over. Come on. Anybody saying that it's not over because, Karen suggested it wasn't over or the Stuart Turtle said it wasn't over, like you're living in La La Land. Please, I'm literally begging you to come out of La La Land for a second and use your common sense to say, okay, it has been announced that it is over. We choose to believe that it is over. The defense was notified. The Commonwealth was notified. It is over. It has not even just been said in Karen's case. It's also been said in Brian Walsh's case. It is done. It's over. Like, I did too, Lisa. So I don't necessarily want to sort of push people out who used to think that. I think they're all welcome to come here and not feel like, oh, because they realized like they were wrong, that like they have no place to go to talk about it anymore. Like there is a place to talk about it. You can come here to talk about it, but please use common sense. Please, for the love of God, please. Oh yeah, he makes up lots of receipts. Literally, I kid you not when I say he doctors stuff. Like text one phone to the other. Yeah, he does it all the time. That's why he has 2 phones. He also will like bring to the police station one phone and be like, look what this person did, failing to tell them that he has 2 phones. And yeah, he did it to Ashley. He did it to Ryan Waters. He did it to Lindsay. He's done it to Kate. I mean, the list goes on and on before this case ever even existed of people he did it to. Come on. If you believe that man is a good person, then you live on out of this goddamn universe. That's for sure. The majority of the force transferred to John was via his right arm. Thus, not a lot of body damage to John, and why he was pushed off the side of the road. Exactly. I don't know why this is like hard for anybody to figure out, right? Like he had more than 6 but like he uses 2 that are like in service that he pays for. Like, why do you need 2 phones? I have 1. I don't need 2 phones. My sources can call my regular phone. What do I need 2 for? Like, I did check those out yesterday. Oh, I did some digging yesterday. Hi, Susan. Right? You're not. I know, right, Jack? What about the blood dials? It's always the blood dials. Or where's the blood? Like, come on, man. Oh, me too. Before, even some people who don't realize that, like, I'm me, like the newer people that follow this case on X will be like, which McAlbert are you? And people are like, dude, we know who that is. Like, Twisted Tragedies has a channel. Like, that's, come on, stop it. Like, oh, because you, well, apparently they're going to freak. They would think the same thing about you then, too, because of your accent. Like, like, come on, man. Like, right. No evidence, but Karen's being framed. There's no evidence of any frame job, but Karen's being framed. Come on, man. Like, yeah, actually, the UK spells things differently than we do here. They use a different kind of English on certain words. But in general, I just don't give a shit if I'm using proper grammar on X. I don't care. I'm at home. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't, like, listen, you can correct my spelling. You can be a Gestapo about spelling if you want, but I don't actually give a shit. I'm not writing a letter to the president. I am not, dear Your Honor, please save me from the crimes I've committed. This isn't the Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle, dude. Like, I just don't give a shit. Like, I use your as in you are because it's shorter to write. I don't care. Like, well, that's the thing, right? How can they be framed without actual evidence? You know? Yeah, I mean, me too, man. Me too. I was starting to believe I must be somebody named McAlbert. Like, and it's so funny they use that word because the Alberts and the McCabe's are 2 separate families. It's a way to dehumanize them by calling them that. Like, they're 2 different families. Dumbasses. Like, right. Pretty much. If you're saying she was framed, then you're admitting that there's evidence against her to frame her, right? Like, otherwise, like, how do you get framed with no evidence? Like, right? Turns out that when they say that you're just like, don't like the sewer turtle, and that's the only reason why, like, I just laugh. And I'm like, you can think he's a vile piece of human garbage that's a waste of oxygen and still think she is guilty based on the facts. I think he's a waste of oxygen. Okay. Number 1. Let's make no mistake about that. I think he's an absolute waste of life. All right. Human garbage. But I also think Karen is guilty based on the evidence, based on the fact that I know that he's a pathological liar, okay? And that the evidence proves that she committed the crime. Like, I'm not allowed to make sense anymore, Jack, right? That's like totally not allowed. Like, well, I don't think they do listen. That's half the problem. Not allowed to make sense over here. It's just not like a thing. Like, thank you, Carolyn. It's very illogical, Kings. It's so illogical. Like, it's like, dude, use a little bit of common sense. Just a smidge, just a little bit. Like, just a little. Like, right? Run. They're following you. They're following you. It is hard, definitely. And she does have great patience as well. More than I do sometimes. I'm telling you, since she's not allowed to, like, drive anymore, like, when she is found guilty, instead of like DUIing in her car, she's going to DUI in her chair and run over the damn stenographer or something in the courtroom. Like, she's going to be so angry. She's going to back that bitch up 24 miles an hour in a chair. Like, it's ridiculous, isn't it, Jesse? Like, they're two separate families and there's many of them. Like, many of them. Like, quiet down before I run your plates and post for all to see. Tell them do it. Do it. Do it. That's their way of trying to like scare you. Like, it's their way of trying to shut you up. They know that they're not going to shut me up. So, you know, they got to try to quiet down people. Yeah, this is what they do. This is what they do. They do these things. They don't, you know what I mean? Like a dentist chair. I mean, I guess if you wanted a pink dentist chair, right? Like, on a pink dentist chair and a pink microphone. It doesn't, I mean, it does lean back if I wanted it to, but like my legs, I'm in a lot of pain when it comes to my legs. And so I move a lot, I squinch a lot. Also, I need like one of those pads for my chair, like desperately need one of those, like for my butt and my back, because I'm in chronic pain and I am in a lot of pain coming when it comes to sitting for a long period of time or standing for a long period of time. I also have like POTS, so I have to make sure it's like decently cool in a place that I am. And so that's why I squirm a lot, guys. Just, you know, I apologize for squirming a lot, but it's my legs, my ankles, my knees, my feet, my hips. They're in pain. Yeah, it's different. The English is different between the US and England. Different spelling on certain things. Me too, Carolyn. Me too. Times 10. Times 10. Karma times 10. That's what I hope. Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, man. Dear Your Honor, please don't put me in jail for the crimes that I committed. Please. 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 I don't like everybody else. I'm mean to them. And I make sure that I make up lies so that people don't listen to them about me. But I think that stupid people still listen. And they give me all their monies. And not more than $5. It has to be $5. If you're not going to give me money, it's got to be $5. Okay? $5. It's got to be $5. Still has to be $5. Don't comment a dollar. If it's more than 2 sentences, I'm not going to read it. It's not worth my time to read it if it's more than 2 sentences. Like, that's the kind of arrogant piece of human garbage that tells people that they have to give him $5 or more in a turtle chat or not to donate anything because it's not worth his time. Anything less than $5 isn't enough, he says. That is so disgusting and demeaning. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, what? How dare you? Like, how dare you tell people how much they should donate to you on your channel? They'll donate whatever they can afford. Whether it's 50 cents or $1, you should be saying thank you. And you should appreciate it. I don't think he appreciates anything or anyone. I know that he doesn't appreciate his viewers because I know what he says about them in private. And I wish that they could see it. Some of them have seen it and just still ignore it, which I find just amazing. But $5 or more, or it's not worth it. Or if you write more than 2 sentences, he won't read it because it's not worth his time. Like, how absolutely arrogant and egotistical. He could give a shit less about anybody or anything but himself. That's abundantly clear. And the only thing he cares about is fame, notoriety, and money. He doesn't actually care about the truth. He doesn't actually care about people being hurt. That's very clear, right? He doesn't give a shit about his viewers, which I find disgusting because I appreciate all of my viewers, whether they donate or not. I try to make sure that I do a lot of, and I think I do more than any other creator I've seen thus far, engaging with my chat and engaging with everybody. And it doesn't matter whether they donate or not. I engage with most people's comments. I do. I just started making it because Freak told me to, and I was like, no, I don't know. And he was like, just make it. And I do. I have it. I was about to post it to my my Discord today. But I just I got to finish it up today. And I was going to, so if Freak wants, he can put the link to the Discord in there and you will be able to find it there when I'm done with it later. I've just been so busy, you know, like going back and forth between dealing with this, you know, the case and then the hospital with my oldest and my little ones got to get on and off the bus in the morning. And I got a whole like slew of shit going on. And most of you know tomorrow is Wednesday. We're going down to D&E tomorrow. I think we're going to meet around 2 there. So if anybody wants to come, please let me or Ashley know. We want to kind of give Chris a head count before we go so that he's not bombarded. And I also think that anybody who hasn't already, please send your cards out to the Canton PD. It's a way for us to show some support to them and let them know that they're appreciated. They're not alone. And the hate that they're getting is not necessary or needed, that there's lots of love out there too. And it's a great way for people who aren't in the area to sort of, or can't come tomorrow to sort of, give a little love by sending a card in the mail to the Canton Police Department. Where I'm going to try to purchase some pizzas while we're at D&E and have those delivered over. I'm going to pick up a card on the way to D&E so that we can have the card sent with the pizzas. And then we're going to eat our own food while we're there to show some support. So it's a great way to show some support to the witnesses and the family over at D&E, and also support the police, who I think could use a serious boost in morale. And it's the only thing that I could really think of. And you guys had great ideas about all this, and you guys helped me figure this out on how to give them like a morale boost and support the witnesses and the family at the same time, and have a little get together too. Because directly after that, I am headed to the hospital to stay with my baby. So she's not a baby anymore, but she's my baby because she's my kid. So no, there isn't, Mike, but it happens a lot, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there's a lot of belittling. There's a lot of people making insults. There's a lot of lies being spread. I mean, it happens all the time. I have the trolls constantly spreading lies about me. I just ignore them at this point because it's utterly ridiculous. And anybody who knows me in person knows that it isn't true, and knows that it's just BS that he repeats because he's either upset with someone, jealous of someone, or they know something he doesn't want them to know. And his way of discrediting people is by sitting there and trashing them over and over and over until people don't listen to anything they say, because he thinks now he has discredited and damaged them. Smart people know that anybody he's attacking, they should probably go look into and see what they're saying. Smart people know that. The harassment is ridiculous. I wish some of you could see what most of us go through on a daily basis when it comes to that. Like, yeah, he calls it a sex club. It's really like, what? Like, what? Yep. No power. I don't give them any power, give them nothing. Give them no power over you or anything like that. Just let them know that they can say whatever they want, but it doesn't change the facts or the truth. They can keep saying lies, but saying it doesn't make it true. Freak will post it in the chat for you guys. Anybody who hasn't already joined the Discord. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be taken from them in civil suits. They're going to be in civil suits until the day they die, buried in them. So all that money they thought they made and they took from people and they bamboozled people out of, guess what? They're going to be in civil suits until the day they die. Like, that's another thing. They weren't supposed to prep with ARCA at all or talk to them. Oh, yeah. Do you know how many alternates those two have just between themselves? Dozens. And I kid you not when I literally say dozens between just the two of them. Like, dozens of sock accounts, fake accounts. I have one goddamn account. Thank you, Kings. I appreciate that. Yes, Freak Aaron Reed with the little wrench. That's Freak. That's my buddy. Well, yeah, they want to shut anybody up who has anything really valid to say. Like, it's, I'll be happy to buy like a whole pizza to share if somebody wants to come and just doesn't think they have like the money, because I'm one of those poor people. But I got a couple donations today, so I'll buy a pizza if somebody wants to come that doesn't think that they can afford to like sit and eat. Like, let's come anyway. I'll buy you a pizza. I'll buy a whole pizza we could share. No worries, Jane. When this is over, when this case is over, I'm planning a party, and I have a lot of space to accommodate a lot of people, especially outdoors. And I think it'll be a great time for people to be able to visit and come up and spend some time sort of getting to know each other, and who had each other's backs this entire time. So we're going to plan something that we're going to have some sort of cool cookout or something like that here. And, of course, you guys are more than welcome. Yeah, she saw him while he was buried under the snow. Imagine that. Like, imagine that. Right? I'm like, when did that happen? They tell her a lie. I'm like, where was I when that happened? Like, the lies that they tell are amazing. So I'm like, they make up like whole stories with details about me. And I'm like, where was I when that happened? Like, news to me. Like, I think somebody actually did write a letter to the president. I saw that too. And I just laughed. What, you think the president's going to help you? I don't care who the president is. The president doesn't give a shit about the Karen Reed case. Like, if you people really think writing letters to the president is somehow going to help Karen Reed, she is not being charged federally. You can't give her any sort of immunity or any sort of waiver of anything. Like, what world do people live in? That's another thing. The way he insults them and screams at them when he's like not even like, he'll read a comment where someone's like sticking up for him. Like, at one point, that lady was saying, like, shut up, Karen, in the ID documentary, because she was admitting that he was, harassing witnesses. And he went off on that lady. He said, you will give me a turtle chat and you will send me money and then you will still deal with me, basically, like berating you. All while she was like sticking up for him because he didn't read the comment correctly. And he went off. Like, why would anyone want to continue watching him? I don't get it. I just don't understand it. It doesn't really make sense to me. Like, right? She's psychic next. Like, those channels just don't exist to me anymore. I am highly disappointed in some of these law tubers. The fact that they're telling bold-faced lies that they know are lies to just follow along this popularity thing that they think it is utterly disgraceful. The DUI guy, who is just an ambulance chaser, literally wrote, did the mobsters in Canton, like that was like the title of his last show a day ago. It's like, if you can't tell who's grifting off this and who isn't at this point, I really don't know what much more to tell you. A lot of these law tubers, and it's a damn shame because I love the law so much, so passionate about it. I've have a lot of information on it and a lot of knowledge in it and a lot of experience in this system, the prison system in general, and like just the criminal justice system. Like, why? Just fucking why? Like, why do you want to lie to these people? Like, you guys don't make enough money without your YouTube. Like, you have to, like, it's to build your channel, like, because that's what they're using it for. They're using it to get 20, 30,000 more viewers. Like, that's what they're doing. Like, more views mean more money. Like, ultimately, that's what they're doing. It's just gross at this point. Oh my God. They should sue Vinny Kings. I agree with you on that. Like, they can send 17 petitions. He's going to wipe his ass with it. So it doesn't really matter. Like, such a waste of time. Like, yeah, personal information, addresses, phone numbers, calling people crazy. Like, yeah, yep, make no mistake. Yeah, imagine how much she's been dealing with this for years. Leah has been dealing with this for years. Imagine the harassment just alone Leah and Kara and Lindsay have dealt with. 3 women that I know that I happen to, who are unique in their own ways, that I happen to be friends with, each one of them had to deal with Aiden in some capacity, and not knowing who that kind of person that he was when they were dealing with him. And then, sort of dealing with all of his mob for years afterwards, because he doesn't know how to just let someone walk away from him without trying to smear them. That's who he is. Like, last one to hit the thumbs up has to wake up to Alessi's face for a week. I'm dead. I can't. Yeah, that's what you would have to do. And they already, went through SCOTUS, and like SCOTUS is not even going to hear it. Like, that's my opinion. I don't think they're ever even going to kick it back down to the lower court that it came from and say, we can't help you. Like, the new U.S. attorney. Yeah, well, good luck, because there's nothing they can do to help in this case, Yeah, she was a psychic who knew exactly where he would be underneath the snow, Call the White House, should had the FBI. Right? They would be better emailing Kim Kardashian for that pardon. I can't. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that, Kings, that they pretend to be unbiased and fact-based so that it makes it more dangerous. Like, I agree. I agree with that. It's a damn shame, though. It's really a damn fucking shame. Like, I would think he would laugh first, then tell them that. Maybe. Maybe. It's what a cult does to people who start not believe. Well, that's what they do. Yep, Scientology, for any mob, any sort of cult is they attack people who start to not believe or people who start to ask questions. Remember, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you all of a sudden start asking questions as part of that group of people, and you ask them publicly, and you ask them more than once, over and over, you will be attacked. Just know that. Or you say something that he gets jealous of, like you have a piece of information that he doesn't have, he can't confirm, that you got from a source, and you put it out there first. Guess what? You are about to be attacked. He's going to call you a liar, a fraud, all of the above, because he didn't put the information out first and he's jealous. But he's not going to tell the world that he's a jealous little girl. He is going to just try to smear you because he is upset. The same way he went after the Roccos because he was mad he wasn't on court TV. The only person's fault that is his. He's only not on court TV because he called the anchors that he didn't like the C word. And so court TV saw that clip of his show and said, we will never allow him on our network ever again. It's his own fault. He can blame nobody but himself. Literally. Like, no. Yeah, he's a very short man. Short one. He's a little guy. Just a little guy with little arms. He doesn't like when you say his arms are little. So we say, you have very little arms, sir. Your arms are very little. Like, Melanie Little is an idiot. No offense, but she's an actual idiot. She's a civil attorney who doesn't know shit about shit, especially shit about criminal law. Definitely not about things that are outside of her state. I don't know who the hell would hire that lady, honestly. She exaggerates her facial expressions for like funsies. Like she uses like 17 filters for sure, because StreamYard has a filter, right? It just evens out your like face color. But I don't know how it deletes that amount of just started pouring all of a sudden. How it deletes that amount of age that you see on her in real life. It looks completely different. She looks 20 years older in real life. Yes. Oh my God, Darvo. Yep. If anybody doesn't know what that means, tell us in the chat, because it is a good term for most people to know, especially when it comes to the people that Aiden has harassed and smeared and slandered. Like, know this word, like know this acronym, you know? Yeah, they still have to say it's not medical advice, just like lawyers have to say it's not legal advice. Because it's an opinion, but they have to, like, just for like legal purposes, like somebody could be like, well, that was legal advice or that was medical advice. Like, no, it was their opinion based on their knowledge, but they do have to say it. There would just be a ton of lawsuits if they didn't. Hey, Jude. I hope they bring lawsuits against all of them. Well, there will be a lot of civil suits. I promise you that. Yes, definitely look up that info if you guys don't know what it means. Yeah, I know it is. Well, defense attorneys are civil. A lot of them are civil attorneys. Yeah, 2020 for Ashley, even longer for Leah, and since 2023 or 2020, 2023 for Lindsay. Like, ridiculous. Yeah, they're definitely using it to get clients. Definitely 100%. Oh, girl, I hear that. Like, I have all girls too. I was not. I have a nephew, but I was blessed with all girls. Even if a plumber had put bad info online, they would take it down to stop people flooding their homes. Yet lawyers are out there talking nonsense. Yeah, I agree. It's ridiculous. It is. And this is perfect example exactly of what Lee is saying right here, because neither does Lindsay at this point. And like, come on. She said, it's wild because I don't even engage with him. I don't talk shit about him on social. I don't do anything to anyone. And yet he has to try to involve me in this conspiracy for knowing Hank 20 years ago. It's just absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Like, it's just nuts. Like, it's like constant. He just can't leave these people alone. It's because he has to try to make everybody else look bad because he knows he's done at some point, right? Like, whoever doesn't hit the thumbs up is going to need to spend a week living with Aiden and sharing the same bed with him. Now that's a threat. Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. I will. No, nope. I can't hit my own thumbs up. Don't stick me with this crap. All right. Like, don't do it to me, y'all. Don't freaking do it. Jack said, yeah. King said Turd is a narcissistic psychopath. Yeah, he is. The sewer turtle is, it's so funny because I don't know which one of you it was because some people have different screen names on X, but somebody was commenting on something I said on X and they were like, the sewer turtle, and then they used the letters ST, and I was like, yes. Like, that is what he is. That is literally what he is. And now I'm seeing people use it because that's what we call him here on our, some channels have different things to call him, you know, but that's what we call him here. Here, it's the sewer turtle. He is the sewer turtle. That's exactly it. Like, Jesse said, it's a dick measuring. It is, Jesse. It really, really is. It's disgusting. You won't find out here. That's why I enjoyed watching you guys and interacting. That's why I opened up in here, and I really appreciate all your support. Oh, we appreciate you. You have questions. Give us the questions that you have. Yeah, I know. I hate autocorrect. It's really annoying. Aviana said, Chief Justice Roberts wrote the Bluford versus Arkansas majority opinion will not be entertaining Karen's weak case. If he said Bluford wasn't double jeopardy, SCOTUS appeal was dead before it was filed. Yeah, I said that too. It was dead. It was dead. Turtles are slow in every single way. That is so true. You got that, my friend. You don't know what Darvo is? Anybody want to enlighten in the chat so that everybody knows? Who'd be perfect for the, yeah, Melanie Little. The DUI guy has been banned by all of the other law tubers at the end of Depp versus Heard trial because he started a beef with another law tuber, lied, and did many stupid things. They don't even talk to him. Yeah, well, that's not a shocker. Here it is, everybody. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. So they reverse by like blaming the victim, right? And this is exactly what the sewer turtle does, right? He denies the things he's done. He attacks other people, right? He reverses the things that like he doesn't want you to see or the things that he thinks will fit into his narrative, and then reversing the harassment onto the victim. Like, that's part of what Darvo is. It's manipulative behavior used by people. Like, and it's because they deflect the blame. They can't take any sort of accountability, and he doesn't know how to take accountability. It just doesn't. That is hilarious, Carrie. I find that so funny. Like, yeah, they can cry me a river. I don't know why they're filing all these lawsuits. Like, I hope they have all these they're like filling these lawyers' pockets. It's like, dude, donate to something better. Do something. Like y'all are wasting money. Like, they should, Jack, but unfortunately, as we know, it doesn't happen. It really hurts my heart. I'm not going to lie, because as we know, if my life had went in a different way, I'd be an attorney by now. And I pride myself on a lot of the knowledge that I have when it comes to the law because of how long I have been studying it. And it hurts me to see all of these people who know better, who absolutely know better, lying to their audience, like on purpose. They're doing it because people will then sign up for their memberships. They're doing it because then people will watch their videos more. And when you're monetized, you get certain amount per view. And it goes up by like how many, subscribers you have. Then they're doing it because they get super chats and super stickers and bigger donations. Like, they do it for those simple reasons only. They don't come here and go and have a show that makes them, $100 and then do it again the next day. And then they may make 20. Like, they won't do that. Like, they won't do that. A grudge? He holds it when it's not even a grudge. He holds it when he's trying to hide his own like behavior by using you as like a shield or a scapegoat because you just know about it. Like, oh, poor Colin, dude. And Chris is such a nice guy. Colin's like a well-behaved kid. He's polite and he's well-behaved. And like, he was taught how to be like to your elders, like how to speak to your elders, like, and how to respect your elders. Like, he's still a kid. I mean, kids are kids. They make mistakes. So what? He's a teenager, but they ruined that kid's college career. They ruined his college experience, and you can't get that back. You can't get that back. You cannot get that time back. Nobody should have that ruined for them. No one. What did he do to deserve that? He left his uncles before other people came back. So now he's got to be blamed for something he had nothing to do with. That's absurd. That's another thing. Some people just want to live in peace and be left the fuck alone. But he can't do it. I don't think it'll ever happen until he sits behind bars for the rest of his miserable life. Ooh. John DePetro said Jackson's having a long conversation with Judge Cannoni. I agree with you, Jude. It's awful. It's terrible. Right? Put your small hands in your ear, stick them like they just don't care. That's him. Boop, boop. Watch some of the law tubers. It was you. I love it. I freaking love it. Hilarious. It made my day. I'm not going to lie, Aviata. That made my day. I watched some of these law tubers in the beginning and noticed that conveniently skipped, fast forwarded through some of the key evidence in the first trial saying that section wasn't important. It absolutely is important. All of it's important. I didn't skip through the defense. I played the entirety of it. The entirety of the whole thing. That made my day. Just literally made my day. I kid you not. I love it. It is horrible. And here's the kicker. She's a good person, right? Most of the people he attacks are good people. That's the shit part. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But that man's life is a fucking dumpster fire. Excuse my French, but the man's life is a fucking dumpster fire. So for him to be saying anything about anybody's past life when they've moved far past it and have become a better person because of it is amazing lack of self-awareness to me. Like, I think that's exactly why, because she's trying to, stop the court. They're trying to like very much delay when it comes to this trial. We've seen a lot of them trying to like delay. Crap. I thought I had a hair elastic. Apparently I do not. You know what? I'm going to use my kids to push it out of my face. Boop. Okay, there we go. It's raining out, but I want that to push my hair out of my face. This too shall pass. Yeah. Listen, I've tried that one, right? Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Have you heard of Josh Dubin? He's jury consultant for rich scum such as Weinstein. I have document he filed to defend his use of social media in jury selection. Oh, yes. Send that to me, please, Maestro. They can cohabitate without liking each other. Isn't that amazing? Totally can like not like each other and just not even engage. We should build a patrol YouTube account for $1 a day. I know, right? I can't with the lawyer, the fact that he sat there and lied to so many people, like, I can't with him. I literally can't. Like, seems to be arguing something. A female juror is sitting as the discussion goes on. Uh-oh. Interesting. Thank you, Lisa, for that update. Can you guys give me 1 second so I can go to the bathroom? Because I really have to go to the bathroom. So please hold. There's probably going to be a lot of that having to do them restroom breaks when it comes to the trial. I still have to figure out how I'm going to do lunch for that, but we shall figure it out. Let's see. I wish they would just leave Colin and Chris and the McCabe's and all of the Alfreds alone. Like, I love when they do that too. Like, they didn't investigate. They were there for a few hours until the state police could get there, Yeah, voir dire is starting for day 6 of jury selection in Karen retrial. A juror from yesterday's pool, young white woman, is the first one up. She must be the holdover. Oh, yeah, she probably is. Deeply so much. So that my humor is mending process, right? I think we all use humor too as a good way to vent, I do. The one potential juror for whom the court needed more information. The juror was excused today after a long discussion between AJ and the judge. Oh, he probably wanted her, and there was got to be a reason she was dismissed. They're not allowed to friend the person on social. So if the profile is public, they can look at everything they like. Also, if your profile is private, but your family have public profiles, yeah, they can be used. Yeah, mine are all private, but I don't even care. Like, what are they going to say? They've said pretty much everything on planet Earth about me at this point. So it's like, I just ignore them. Like, I know it's easier said than done, but in the beginning, it's a lot harder than it is like later on. Later on, you're just like, nothing they say is relevant. I don't care. Like, yeah, well, oh my God, is that what she does throughout the entire trial, Aviana? She screams throughout the entire trial like that? Like, let's all remember Emily D. Baker worked with Jackson, number one. So there's a bias there. And number two, she stopped being a lawyer because she made more money on YouTube. There was a whole article about it that she answered. Okay. Like, yeah, Jen did help with the kids. It's like, come on, man. These people are just normal people. Right. Like, and it's like, dude, give me a piece of evidence. Jen had anything to do with anything. She didn't. Like, right? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I was muted. I did mute myself, but I also went into the bathroom. So I don't know why anybody would do that. It's so crazy. Like, yeah. So, like, why the people doing that here too? Like, why? Why? Like, I do think that the body language, I agree with you, shows that there's less confidence as well with the defense. Carolyn said, I just hope TV goes to prison. I'm not good at writing, but I do know what I'm trying to say is he is so guilty and TV is sick for what he did to the family. Yeah. And his victims are in the hundreds at this point because it's not just the family. It's not just the witnesses. It's not just for his ex-girlfriends that have had to deal with him. It has now moved on to anybody, including myself. I've been dealing with that harassment since 2023 from his mob. Of anybody who says something he doesn't like, somebody you might know something that he doesn't want you to know about him, something about his, criminal or shady past or present, for that matter. And that's why you're his public enemy number one, like legitimately. And so then he sends his merry mob of Looney Tunes to come and harass and send you messages, emails, text messages, phone calls. I still get phone calls, text messages, DMs all the goddamn time. It's like ridiculous. I just block them at this point and ignore them. But like, come on, man. You don't have anything else to do in a day. It's a little ridiculous at this point. Like, come on now. Come on. I live for flat earth debunker. Me too, because you're talking about, Jen McCabe's kids and Chris Albert's kids and like these are younger kids. Like no kid should ever be subjected to this. But as we know that, kids aren't off limits to them unless they're Aiden's kids, of course. He uses his kids as like a ploy, but they don't care about going after kids. Not even my terminally ill one. Like that's just you think they can't get any lower and then they do. Like you want to go after a terminally ill kid. That makes lots of sense. Let me tell you how much sense that makes. You got nothing else to do but to call the terminally ill kid a liar. Like she isn't terminally ill. She was born with her disease, dude. There's like medical records that go like that are bigger than like my house. Okay. Like that's easily verifiable information. It's like he doesn't care who he attacks or harasses, right? Or whose kids he attacks or harasses. Like, come on. Yeah, all the girls. I have all girls. All girls. Sorry, I'm trying to get down to the other. Is there any way that we can send cards to the O'Keefes? I think we could do like a collection if that's what you wanted to do. There isn't a PO box or anything, I can tell you that. But maybe we could pick someone to send them to collect them all. Or do something like that. I'll look into it after the live stream and see what I can sort of figure out. Maybe we can talk about it in Discord. Jude, are you in my Discord? Because we could probably figure something out that way. Let's see. Breaking news. New temporary restraining order to be filed regarding Karen Reed case to be filed by Michael Bryant. Oh my, you know what? It's so funny to me that these people are trying to, they're trying to do everything and anything. They can keep doing that. Like, yeah, showing up at kids' lacrosse games. Like, come on, man. Like, come on. Ridiculous. Like, yeah, if you leave his cult, he'll harass you too. Like, I mean, you could send a message there if you wanted. Yeah, there is less. That's hilarious. Try to get a restraining order against the state police. Yeah, good luck with that. That's gonna fail. Like, I've never liked Emily D. Baker. Don't blame you, Jude. There is less of them, though. That's for sure. You can, like, write a message through the website if you want. Yeah, Aiden Trash Lucky until he changed his changed his testimony. TB's now claiming he's being harassed by a family of Dr. Ingolf Turek's family. Okay, which I find is so funny because he's the one who's going from Karen's case into that courtroom to sit in there every day. Like, you're being harassed by them while you go into that trial. Like, the man is so unself-aware, it's not even funny. Like, oh, of course. I bet it was Crispy. I bet it was absolute silence. Or she said, "Oh, that's ridiculous," when the judge literally said, like, the defense was lying. She says nothing, right? But Hank Brennan is like, no. When Hank Brennan makes a statement from, like, information that he got from someone else, and he finds it to not be 100% true, or it to be something that he was misunderstood, he then files with the court to correct that. You've never seen the defense do that, not once, not ever. And also, they can prove the defense bold-faced lied over and over and over, and then lied further to the judge. Come on, man. But you're going to sit there and say absolutely nothing when the defense is doing it. That should show you are bias right there. And I'm sorry, but when I saw that article of her saying something like she made like $100,000 or something as an attorney, and so she stopped being an attorney because she was making over $250,000 or whatever it was doing YouTube, I'm like, first of all, I would never give up being an attorney if I was an attorney. Let's just put that out there. I don't give a shit how much YouTube would pay. Like, I would never do that. I feel like people would need my help more than YouTube needs to give me money. That's crazy. But whatever, to each his own. Now, but you're going to sit there and that one was written, that article was written years and years ago. So it's like, in the meantime, how much more has she started to make? But I think she very much misrepresents herself as someone who's still an attorney, because if you watch her, you would just assume she is still an attorney right now. Like, I have never heard her say, well, I used to be an attorney, ever. Yeah, 3 separate cases. All of them they're gonna lose. Let's just put it that way. They're all going to lose. Like, yeah, kids get dragged into all of it. That's what they do, you know? And unfortunately, like, oh, let's see it. Let's see it. Hold on. The meaner people are, the more money they get. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. I am checking it now. I'm looking at it now. Okay, guys, ready? This is the tweet that your Twitter wrote. You guys ready for this? Oh, you don't need sound for Discord. You can just type in there. We can type. It doesn't have to be voice chat. Freak can post the link to the Discord in the chat for you guys. You just click on the link. It's a good reminder to all of us who verify where we're getting info from and what their motivations are. Yeah, it is absolutely 100%. That's why I tell people, like, to make sure that, like, they don't just listen to me. Go and check. Go and look at the information. Like, yeah, Amy. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's no charges, though. It's been reported. So, you know, they could be working on it. Like, I love the rapping and the singing, you mean. I'm going to read this. You guys are going to want to see this. Okay. Or I want to hear it. I mean, hold on. Yeah, the guy was super I heard about this. I didn't see it. Yeah, prosecutor. She's not a prosecutor anymore. Like, hasn't been for years. Like, she did MLM. Interesting. My sister and brother and their husband killed a lady 30 years ago, and now they're asking all the kids that Hart Linda was killed by their parents in Boise 3 years later. Most, if not all, the witnesses are getting harassment letters. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to send mail because they never know whether it's going to be harassment or like real. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, you can use the chat room with text. You don't, it doesn't have to be, all right, now I'm back down to the bottom of the comments. All right, let's read this. Ready? This is what the sewer turtle says, guys. All right, this is what he said. Just walked out of court and was threatened in the buffer zone by a man smoking a butt outside who claims to be the brother of Katie McLean, the wife of Dr. Ingo Turk, who was on trial inside for murdering her. He didn't like the comments I made on my show about his sister, which I was reading from a source that knew Katie and Dr. Turek. He told me to shut my fucking mouth and keep his sister's name out of my mouth. I would have told him the same thing. You didn't know these people. How dare you sit there and talk about someone who's no longer living and the person on trial for murder? Like, who the fuck do you think you are, dude? Once again, though, we're talking about a man who doesn't have empathy or compassion or sympathy, doesn't know how to. Narcissists don't have that sort of chip in their brain. It doesn't exist. I told him I absolutely would not be doing that. Yeah, because you're so tough, dude, that you basically only argue and fight with women. That's how tough you are. Like, just to be clear here, like, if there were a if there was a video game and there were all these different women that he's harassed in this video game and him, and you put the same stats, like his strength, our strength, like, I promise you that every one of those women in the video game would beat his ass. Like, I don't know why he acts tough. He's not tough, dude. He's about as tough as soft puppy shit, all right? Like, just saying. That's about how tough this man is. Like, you run to the cops and cry that you're afraid of women, bro. You're not tough. Like, stop it. Like, ridiculousness. Like, all right. I told him I absolutely would not be doing that, that I was simply reporting on a major murder trial. No, you weren't. And that this is America. And I will say whatever I want to say on my show. He is free not to listen. He charged down the stairs at me, aggressively getting in my face, thinking it would scare me. It didn't. When I asked him what he was going to do about it, that he was going to hit me, he looked bewildered. He thought that his tough guy routine alone would force me to shut up. Newsflash, I'm not that guy. I'm the other guy, the guy who's been to jail and faced down cop killers. You mean the guy who cried in his cell and kept banging on the door until the point where they told him to shut the hell up, that it wasn't a friggin' Hilton. He wasn't in a hotel. You mean that guy, the guy who cried in jail because he was too afraid to leave his cell without a guard to just go to even like the rec yard where he was going to be alone anyway? The one who cried to remain put by himself? That guy? He's not afraid though, right? Stop it. Like, face down cop killer. Yeah, Karen. Yeah, face down her all the time. Like, the encounter lasted about 90 seconds and 6 state troopers watched and did nothing. What are they going to do? What would you like them to do? Also, they're corrupt, right? You don't want their help, right? Despite the buffer zone. What about the buffer zone? What does that have to do with the buffer zone? You have media credentials, you're in it. He's the family of a person in a trial. Like, so what about the buffer zone? What's that have to do with the buffer zone? Like, stop it. He was in Dedham by himself in a cell because he's too afraid to be in population. Cried like a baby back bitch. Like, people should be allowed to confront me or anyone else in public. I'm not going to cry to them to do something. I'm not a bitch like Chris Albert, is what he said. First of all, let me make something clear. Chris is more of a man than Aiden will ever be in life. He can only wish to be a good as person. Oh, I can't. I literally can't today. I am tired. I'm sorry. As good of a person as Chris is. Okay. Like, literally. Like, he can only pray. He can only pray because he doesn't know what it's like to ever have a real life friend or a real life relationship that's not built on somebody being afraid of him or completely being crazy. Okay. He says that he's not going to whine, that people should be allowed to confront people, but he literally says the encounter lasted 90 seconds and 6 state troopers watched and did nothing. Well, you did just cry about it. You did just whine about it. That's what you just did, sir. He does it all the time. He goes, well, I'm not going to say shit about blah, 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 but then immediately does it. So it's like, how do people take this guy seriously? I don't fucking understand. Like, go back and cry in your cell, sir. Like, that's what you do, right? Cry like the baby back bitch that you are. Like, you're afraid. Just admit it. We know you are. right? I know people who are in that jail. I also know people who work in that jail. He cried like a big baby, like a giant man-child. Like, come on, man. Stop it. That's ridiculous. Like, oh, man. Oh, that's nice. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I was him, I'd be shitting his pants. He's definitely shitting his pants. See, usually when he sits there and says how not scared he is, it's usually when he panics the most. It's usually when he's absolutely in a and we already know he's in a sort of paranoid state at this point. We know this. So I find it funny that he tries to act like he's not afraid. Like maybe we could pull some foils on that body cam footage. I'm just saying. He's absolutely a fake tough guy. You know? The crying filter was brilliant. It was hilarious too, by the way. Just saying, like, he is. He has a keyboard warrior who sits there with a keyboard thinking he's tough and his little camera. Like, come on now. Membership? Which membership? I don't have those. I wish I did. That would be, we had them at one point until FKR like attacked my monetization. So then I got paused by YouTube. So, you know, I sorry, I'm going up to the comments that I missed while I was reading that. What Jack said, poor TB, what a joke. He's scared of being harassed. He really is afraid of men. He's a tough guy against women. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, EDB spent more time on sick leave than she did working in the DA's office anyway. Yeah, I don't, you know. Yeah, she used to be an AD. I'm not saying, but she also like presents to people as if she's still like a practicing attorney. Like, she doesn't ever say like, well, I used to practice law and I don't anymore. Like, it leads them to believe that like she's still practicing. Like, oh yeah, you know, absolutely. That's the thing is most men would own him. Like, one of these days he's going to run across someone who's just not going to deal with his mouth anymore. It's that simple. There are people who just won't deal with that kind of BS. Like, and one of these days, that kind of karma is going to be instant. It's going to be an insta karma for him. Not that he'll learn a lesson, because he won't. But we're talking about the guy who sat there and cried in jail. Like, bro, sorry to tell you, but Dedham's like a kiddie camp. So if you're crying in like the easiest jail to be in, where it feels like a stay away camp where you have a tablet all day, then like you're not going to be able to handle like Walpole, Concord, Shirley, one of the places that you will be going eventually when you're sentenced. Like, big boy prison, sir, big boy prison. And we won't buy you soap on a rope, just saying. I agree with that, Jack. Little does he know that all you women are far stronger than most of the men. He does have a broken brain. I agree. But if you know how he is, why initiate and start issues with a mental case? No, not really. I mean, I think he deserves to be called out for the piece of human garbage that he is. I think I ignored it for an extremely long period of time. And when I ignored it, I got even more harassment than when I spoke up. And I don't think that people should just stay quiet just because he's mental. That's what he has gone on for so long, is keeping people quiet because he's mental and his mob is mental. So you'll be attacked by him or his mob. I will not be bullied. And I don't think anybody else should be bullied either. He needs to be called out for the abhorrent behavior that, yeah, the guy who cried, that he presents and the things that he does. Like, it's deplorable, it's disgusting, and it's unacceptable. Like, right? Just wait until you get home and I tweet about it. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait until I tweet about this. You just wait. Like, see, I try to read everyone's comment at least once, you know? Like, they get 16 like strikes apiece. So they don't have to have any reason to strike a juror. Of those 16, they can just say, nope, I don't want that juror. Like, say the defense liked a juror, they can just say, nope, I'm using one of my 16 strikes, and the Commonwealth could strike that. So each side gets 16. Right? Roll the tapes. Some of them do. I don't think all of them do, but that's why I said, let's FOIA that shit. Like, oh no, he definitely didn't record his toughness. Nope. Nope, did not. Did not record it. Of course not. Like, thumb exercises. Yeah. See, I try to give a mix, like, I don't think that's why she's critical of the prosecution's case. I think she's critical because that's the loud opinion, Yeah, that crying filter was definitely hilarious. It was brilliant. I'm not going to lie. It was funny. I can't do Vinny either because I can tell that he's just like being a jerk. And like, I'm sorry, but when you want to give one side more time to speak than the other and you're constantly cutting off the side that like isn't the conspiracy, I find that to be disingenuous. Like, even I try to sit here and try to reason or try to give pieces of evidence to the people who think that she is innocent. I mean, he can do better. Bottom line, do better, Vinny. He is sick. Oh yeah, he did run from that town hall meeting. I forgot about that. Like, I wish I was there to see one of those. Like, that's exactly what he does. Tries to humiliate women into like submission. I will never be one of those people he can fuck right off. Like, fuck right off. Like, yeah, Dedham summer camp. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying she was saying that she's still practicing. That's the way it presents. That is the way she leads people to believe that she is still practicing. That's when I watch her show. If I didn't know better, I would be led to believe that she is still a practicing attorney. She says she used to be a prosecutor. That's not the same as saying you used to be an attorney. A lot of people used to be prosecutors and they became defense attorneys, or they used to be a prosecutor, now they have private practice. Oh, he definitely fears women who are more intelligent. Or when to duck. You'll regret this when I was online. Status is always going to be everything with some people. I heard the defense used 10, but I don't know. I haven't been able to confirm how many everybody used. I would like to know exactly how many each ones. Oh, they all have them now? Hey, that's a good thing. If they all have them now, maybe we can FOIA it. I do think she wishes she never had anything to do with him because he then tried to blackmail her into submission and it worked. He blackmailed her into allowing him back into that circle. Like, there's a lot. There's so much of it, Jesse. I feel like I can't even cover all of it because there's so much of it. Like, this case is a lot. Like a lot. Like, I do think that Vinny roasted some of his reputation on this case. I definitely think that. Like, I mean, I think we all think we're right. To be fair, I definitely think I'm right when it comes to Karen being guilty because the evidence tells me so, right? Like, ooh, I'm going to have to read that too. Like, so they have an unlimited amount of strikes for cause. So they don't just have 16, but they have an unlimited amount for like a for cause reason. They have 16 for no reason at all. Each side has 16. So the defense has 16. The Commonwealth has 16. They can use those 16 to strike any juror they want for no reason whatsoever or for all the reasons in the world. They can use it anytime. And then they have an unlimited amount to strike a juror for a for cause reason, like being biased. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's sort of like how it works. you want to sort of make sure that like you keep enough of those strikes throughout the entirety of, because you don't want to run out of no cause ones and then have like no actual reason to get rid of a juror, but you feel like they're a little suspect and you run out of strikes. Like that's definitely, you want to make sure that you keep at least one strike or two strikes until the end of that jury deliberation. Like you want to hold on to some of those for a bit. Like you want to make sure that you try to strike people for a cause before you try to strike them without any cause. So use your for cause strikes for the things that you can absolutely say, like that's a for cause reason to have this person be dismissed as a juror. It tries to make it so that the defense and the Commonwealth sort of have to agree on the jurors, right? That's the way that it's supposed to work, sort of. Like, I listened to the Free Karen Reed side after I formed my guilt opinion on Karen Reed to understand the other side to see if I was missing anything in my thinking. It's okay to question. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely okay to question. I just hope, I wish people would go and look at the documents themselves and go figure out the information that they're hearing. Go check for yourself. Don't just take it and then say, oh, cool, that's it. Go look. Go look. Not even me. Go look. Like, please, for the love of God, go look. Like, yeah, I find most people are super respectful and just want to exchange views too. Once in a while, we'll get some people that are just coming here to troll, but most of the time, that's not the case, you know? And that's the thing. The truth doesn't change. So if you have a defendant whose story has changed multiple times, you have to start questioning why their story has changed so many times. If it's the truth, why is the goalpost being moved? Right? Oh, that would definitely be a cause, I think. Absolutely. They know what trial they're coming to. So I do think that that would be a cause reason. They could argue. I mean, definitely Brennan would be able to argue that's a cause reason. Also lying purposely, you know? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Yeah, Kevin does nighttime shows. I try to do daytime shows, just easier for me with like the hospital and stuff with my other one, and dinner and homework and bath. And, it's just easier for me to do daytime. Although I do think I'm going to start picking at least one night a week to do a night show, probably starting at 9 like I used to. So if there is a good day for most of you, let me know what day is best. What day do you guys think would be a good day to do a nighttime show? And I'll try to work around what most people have open. Yeah, they can argue the cause to the judge about the cause that they want the juror dismissed for. Usually it's with they go to the judge with it. Yeah, I look at their facial expressions, and like Jackson has been looking very weathered lately, very tense, stressed. Yeah, you would like Boundless. He's funny. Matt is hilarious. I got to get him on here. Our schedules are very different, so I was trying to talk to him about a time that he could pop on. But if you haven't already checked him out, you should. He puts up fact-based videos, and a lot of times it's got the receipt with it to show you. I think the last one he did was the Franken truck on Lucky. And you can see in the dash cam video, Lucky going up the side of the street, not down Fairview like he claimed at that time. Was that the other chat? I think it was you and Nair that said that they went they were kind of run out of the chat. I mean, maybe sometimes I think people got to come in to say like, I mean, no, I'm not trolling. I think the FKR in your name probably threw them off a little. I think they just assume that anybody who'd be that bold to put the FKR in their name is going to troll. I try not to make that assumption. But I know some people can jump to that assumption. That might be why. But I think if you're going to go into other places, I think start with like being like, hey, like I'm just here to learn and listen, and I'm trying to soak up some information. Like I'm not trying to troll. I'm trying to argue. Like I just want to learn some stuff, That way people will be more but I think they jump to the conclusion because there's been so many people who will come in at first and try to like fake niceness, and then all of a sudden they're like just being insulting and rude and ignorant. Like that's some of their ploy sometimes. So I think that's why people are skeptical. I can't blame them. I've dealt with it many times. Yeah, it's a great way if they're contradicting with the questionnaire, which is why they ask the questions that they ask in the beginning and then the questionnaire. Yeah, fake out your opponent. Yep. By making the strikes. You want your opponent to think you want a juror, right, and getting them, and so that they strike them even when you don't want them, you know? It's definitely a mind F to play that game, you know? It's definitely, I agree, it's a strategy. It's a legal strategy. I'd want them to use up their strikes before I use up mine, right? Like, come on. I think Crispy's right too. That people think that by switching to the quote other side means that they were wrong. It just means you're changing your opinion. And I think for me, I'm going to say that I definitely was wrong, but also I didn't have all of the pieces of evidence in the beginning. But I agree, changing your opinion based on more pieces of evidence, in fact, is a sign of intelligence. It's not a sign that you're to admit that like maybe you got it wrong or maybe your opinion was different based on other pieces of information. Now there's more information, so you change your opinion. Like I think especially dealing with this kind of mob we're dealing with is brave because you're risking being harassed by these people by just simply changing your opinion. Like that's not allowed, like at least to them, it's not allowed. Like, oh, gross. I know, Barb, right? I know. I don't have any sympathy for Alan Jackson, that's for sure, or any of them. Like, I think that karma will come from them, Jack. I absolutely think that karma will 100% come from them. I believe that if you put good karma on this earth and in the universe, that it will come back to you. And I believe if you put bad karma in this world and in the universe, it will come back to you. I fully believe in those things. And I even love those times when we see insta karma, right? It happens right away. And it's like, I love the insta karma, like, I mean, I'm not for everyone either, there's just going to be channels you favor and channels you don't. I'm not for everyone either. I can't expect that I'm ever going to be for everyone. I would guess it would be like the FKR would be my first like guess if I had to guess over there. But he's got a lot more viewers than I do right now. Well, I wouldn't say viewers, but I'd say subscribers. There's almost 400 of you between YouTube and X right now. But I took a 6-month break with my daughter's health and my housing and stuff. So, other channels had a chance to sort of get bigger and build. And I didn't have that while I was gone. So that chat goes by a lot faster. There's probably a lot more people in there. I watched a bit of that and I was like, I wouldn't have, I mean, Kevin's brave. I wouldn't have done it just because I know it would have been purposeless. You're arguing with somebody who doesn't want to consent to like anything. Like they don't want to even say like, hey, that taillight's missing in that picture. Must be like, oh, I see nothing. Like it's clearly missing in the picture, but they're like, no, there's nothing there. Like that's the kind of person you're going to sit there and argue with. And clearly the baker had no idea about criminal law or trials because half the stuff he was saying made no sense whatsoever. And the other half of what he was saying, like, doesn't apply in the States, at least in this state when it comes to, and I'm like, what is he even saying? Like, what? Like, I mean, I hop in chat sometimes, but it's usually at night and I'm usually like busy, so it's maybe a few minutes or a little half an hour or so, but nighttime's tough for me. That's why I said maybe there's one day a week that'll work for you guys. That's better that I can do one nighttime because I know there are some people who are missing out on being in the live chat during the day that want to be a part of all this. And I want to try to accommodate them too, which is why I did a Saturday and a Sunday show this week because I want to accommodate people in different time zones, people on the East Coast, West Coast, people who aren't, they're working during the day, so they need to only like replay at night, and they want to be a part of the conversation too. So I'm going to make sure that I pick at least one day a week where I can do a nighttime one, I also think like a little bit over on that channel, like the mods are a little tougher. I tell my mods I don't care about capital letters, I don't care about emojis, I don't care about question marks. I don't. My chat's pretty lax. There's nothing there that I think that like some people like like strictly like don't allow capital letters, or they don't allow emojis, or they want you to do questions for question marks. And a lot of channels do the questions for question marks. I don't do that here because I feel like it's putting too many rules on a live chat. Like I want it to be free flowing. I want people to, use emojis if that's what they want to use to express themselves. I want them to use capital letters if I miss something, or it's an important, like, you put it in the middle of a sentence if there's something you're trying to accentuate. Like I want them to do that. You know what I mean? Like I don't want them to feel like they're coming into my chat and there's too many rules to follow. And if they don't follow one, you're instantly booted or timed out or whatever. Like I want them to know that like, unless they're insulting or being rude or calling names, like they're free to write however they want, and the only rules I really have in my chat are like, be nice to each other, don't be assholes, like, you know what I mean, don't come in here trying to be a troll or insulting people like it. But I get why people run their chats the way they do. I guess it's just by creator, like I choose to run mine the way I run mine, and other people do it the way they do it. Yes, please do hit the like button. I would appreciate the like button. I would appreciate that. Also, if you get a chance to share the video with people, I would very much appreciate that. People are actually, I'm getting messages almost on every video I've put out in the last week or so. I'm getting new viewers who are like, hey, I didn't know this channel existed. I am so glad I found you. And I'm finding that a little bit encouraging, that people are starting to sort of find us through other people or the algorithm. And that happens only when you guys hit the like button and you subscribe and you share it with other people. I'm happy to have, new viewers. I'm happy older viewers came back when I came back. If you can, and only if you can, to support the channel, if you can, with donations, you can do so on Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal with this information right here on the screen. It's also on the ticker at the bottom throughout the entire show. I know it's really small. I'm sorry I can't make it bigger. People ask me that privately all the time. I cannot. I wish I could. That's as big as it gets. That's why I pop the bigger one up sometimes, so that people can see that. But there is a ticker at the bottom that shows you how to do it, and I very much appreciate it. We are just a small channel. We are not as big as some other creators, and we're still waiting for our monetization to get turned back on because of FKR harassing my channel. And so I don't have the option to sort of do super stickers and super chats and memberships. And there are some people like, well, you asked for donations on your channel. Well, I don't have 15,000 viewers. I have to. I'm a very small channel. It's the only way I'm going to survive. I don't have things like super chats and super stickers and memberships, which would bring in income every month. YouTube pays once a month, between like the 21st and the 25th of the month. And like, so some creators don't have to ask because they have those things going for them that I don't have. So I do appreciate every single person that helps out. It does mean more than you guys even know, for sure. And I would just want you guys to know how appreciated you are, whether you're sharing or you're on my replay crew or you're donating. Like, you are all equally as important, Let's see. Sorry, I want to get to these ones. Let's see. Oop. I scrolled up. Too far up. Yeah, the baker kind of I was just like, what is this guy talking about? Like, he's not even making sense. The baker's not making sense. Like, I mean, I guess the guy just kind of like built his channel on Karen Reed and like, that's it. So, I mean, I guess he didn't really have much of a following before that, but that's what you see a lot of these people doing, Absolutely, Navin. I 100% agree. It's easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled. Mark Twain. DJ was timed out for nothing. Maybe just an error. Wait, now? Here? Or over there. Oh, I'm like, huh? I'm like, I didn't time anybody out. But I will tell you that if you're trying to time someone else out, like as you're doing it, if someone else like is in chat and like presses the button, like the second that you're going to time someone else out, it might move up and then it accidentally times you out instead of the person above or below you that was trying to be timed out. I've done that before accidentally. So if that ever accidentally happens to any of you, I apologize. Just let me know on X or Facebook or or email or text message, whatever. Just tell me or Ashley or anyone here that can get in contact with me, because I have done it accidentally and don't even realize you did it because the thing just moves up right at the same time. So, and then when you do it, you can't just undo it from the chat. You have to I have to go into if it's a ban, I have to go into the YouTube and fix it. It's obnoxious. I try not to get pissed. It is frustrating. I can see why Kevin gets frustrated with them. I get frustrated too. I'm not going to lie. It's frustrating. Okay. It's very frustrating to argue with people who don't even take any of the evidence and they just say, oh, well, the Commonwealth's corrupt, so I can't look at the evidence. That definitely agitates me. Okay. But I've learned to try to remain calm, even as hard as that can be. I'm a little better at it now after everything I went through with these people than I probably was in the beginning. You know what I mean? So I try to remain calm, but I'm telling you, it is so difficult. I'm not going to lie. It is hard. So I do not blame anybody who snapped on them, because sometimes it just happens. I spoke to a brilliant prosecutor who told me from the state side of things, tactics are not as important in jury selection. They said it's about making connection with the jurors and honesty. Yeah, you also do want to make that sort of connection, that the jurors are looking you in the eye and you're looking them in the eye, and they're kind of getting you're about to get all this evidence. I need you to look at it. And they're just looking back at you I'm going to look at it. That's what you want. They definitely never expected a second trial. We know that by the documentary. They very much show us that they never expected to do a second trial, and they figure that documentary was going to come out after there was a resolution, which we know is not true. Yeah, that's the shitty part. He gave up going to regular college too, the sports scholarship, the regular to do from home. It's awful. I don't know. Am I muted again? I don't think so. That's what we want. We want people to listen to the evidence, honestly. But I do think there is a little bit of tactic in it. If you want somebody stricken that you don't really have a reason to strike, if you act like you really want them, the defense might strike them. He thinks she didn't hit John's car on purpose, and he will never even read your comments when you point out the warning alarm of the SUV. Well, that's the thing. We know the warning alarms were on because when she pulls into John's garage, she does the butt dial and all the alarms are going off. So clearly the alarms were on. You know what I mean? It is hard though when the chat is going super duper fast to try to get every question. I will definitely tell you that. I slow it down and stop, but as you guys can tell, I'll be minutes behind in the comments sometimes because I'm really trying very hard to address everyone's comments and questions, because I want everybody to feel like they're equally involved in this conversation, I don't want anyone to feel like I'm skipping their comment or I'm not listening to all points of view. I do my best on my channel to make sure that I highlight most comments. The ones that I usually don't are people talking to each other about something, or just emojis, somebody writing just laughy faces, or people just saying hi to each other, or when I tell you guys all right, I need to skip some of these to get to the bottom. But other than that, I know when we have more viewers, it's going to be harder for me to read all of them. But for now, I do the best I can. I probably don't get every single one, but I do most, It was a good podcast. I listened to the entirety of Matt Phelps' podcast. I loved the very end part where he said like the victims are in the hundreds of people at this point. Like I like that, you know? Like nobody's perfect, that's for sure. There's no such thing as perfect in my opinion. No such goddamn thing. Like well, now you do, and now you're here, so that's amazing. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You every day now that the trial is happening, not obviously not every single day when the trial isn't happening, but I covered the first trial. I've been covering this case for a really long time. I live in the area. I know some of the people. So pretty much every day during except weekends. But even this weekend, I usually only do Sunday. I did a Saturday and Sunday this weekend just because I wanted to give a different time for other people that don't get to see us often. And I'm going to pick one nighttime day, but during the trial every day because I cover the entirety of the trial. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's more the mod, I think, but that's another reason why I tell my mods, like, listen, if you guys have any weird things that you don't like specifically, tell me now because I don't do my chat based on what my mods want or like. It's my chat. I want it just chill and like free flowing, you know? Like, that's it. There's just everybody's different. Everyone's different, you know? Everybody has their own rules and ways that they do it. And I'm not knocking anybody's way of doing it because, my way works for me and other people's ways work for them, I guess, AJ doesn't know how to do anything but, you know, cheat, lie, and steal, in my opinion. Like, I try not to push my view. My view is my view, but I expect all of you guys to have a different theory or a different I love Matt Timpanic. Him and there's a couple other people, but I always find that like when I'm thinking something in my head about something, then Matt's tweeting about it or doing a short video about it, and I'm like, oh my god, same thing, dude. So I definitely like watching some of his stuff and listening to his stuff too, and John DePetro because he's in the courtroom, so I like watching. Keeping an eye out for his stuff too, and he's got some great insights as well. If you guys don't follow either one of those guys, you should follow them. And Julie Grant, friend of the show, Julie Grant. She is on Court TV at 8 a.m. and you shouldn't miss her. She is one of the people who is not afraid to say the truth when it comes to this trial. So Jesse said, when I was watching the trial, I also viewed every and any document I could find in public records. It's wild when you sit and read through the case that I hope all the information is public. Most of it is, yeah, you can find it, but it's hard because there's so many documents in this case. So if there's ever one you need, I might not have every single one, but I know other people that probably have what I don't, and I can always try to get it to you, Like, well, I mean, I would hope you would want to fund your kids' college education, but I would really hope that you wouldn't just lie to do it. But at this point, Melanie Little's doing a lot of lying. Like, you know? I know, but I want to try to accommodate other people as well. You know, I do my best. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everybody, makes mistakes. I'm human. I'm perfectly inhuman. But I want to try to make it so that other people who don't always get to see us or who are working get to interact with us too on a different day. We talked about that earlier. And I sent people who should go watch that video to watch that on Boundless's channel. It's a really good video, you know. That really bothers me That bothers me that people say that Kevin's faking cancer. He's not faking cancer. He very much has cancer, and now he's doing chemo again. And I wish him all the best and a speedy recovery and to fight this horrible thing called cancer. So it really bothers me when people say he's faking cancer, because where did people get that from? The sewer turtle. That's where they got it from. The sewer turtle said it, and now everybody else just says it because he said it. But it's an untrue statement. And even Aiden knows that. Once again, most of the untrue statements the man says he knows are fake, are lies. He just keeps saying them. And so then his mob just repeats them. But to say something like that, and that was along the same lines of something that he tried to say about my terminally ill child. Easy, verifiable information. Okay? Like, come on. I do get tested too, Hart. You're not the only one. I try. I try. I try very hard to keep my cool, but it doesn't always happen, okay? That's for sure. Like, all right, let me see. Oh, so remember, when you do change your name on YouTube, you're stuck with whatever you make it as for the next, I think it's, I don't know if it's 2 weeks, I forget, but I couldn't tell you exactly how to change it because I've never changed mine. Somebody else might be able to help you, but I think it's the same place for your picture and your name. Because remember, if you want something more like less like FKRE, just take the FKR off your name, leave it as Jesse, and put something like a sunshine or something as your picture. That way, like, people don't automatically jump on you when you go into a chat. I mean, that would be my opinion. Obviously, you don't have to listen to me, but that's what I would give you as my opinion. I know, right? I don't have any information on how to do that. I think you can send it to the barracks, though. You should be able to send it to the state police, and they should be able to give it to him. Like, you know, it is important. It's so important to read those documents. Read those documents. Read them, read them, read them. Like, read them. Yeah, I think people need to stop with the arguing with the fighting each, you know what I mean? Like, listen, we're all different. We all bring to the table something different. And I really wish that we could all work together. I understand that it's probably not feasible and it's probably not reasonable to think that we all could. But I really do wish in another world, if all pieces were fully aligned of a puzzle, that everybody could just be kind to one another and work together and build each other up and not knock each other down. It just hurts my heart, like, come on. I try. I attempt it. I'm not always perfect, but I attempt it. Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, she means help changing her YouTube name. If anybody knows how to do that, you guys can help her. Because I do not. I've never done it, so I have no idea. Her son made it for her, so yeah. Oh, cuties at that age. Oh, I've already had 2 at that age. They're past it, obviously, now, but no, listen, I get it. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. Everybody is entitled to their opinions. I'm not harping on anybody for their opinions. I think that's the derogatory name that they call him, which is so ridiculous to me. It's like, what, plebin? Like, what is that supposed to mean exactly? Like, the stupidest, like, quote, nickname of like an insult I've ever heard in my, it's just stupid. It sounds very childish. Like, his name is Kevin. Like, people just get along. It's, fuck, man. Like, I get it. I totally get why it's not feasible. I understand it. I can see, like, the issues, right? Like, I see them. I just guess that I keep my opinion to my fucking self because they're all like fucking assholes. And I don't want to split the audience any further. Like, you guys deserve us to be paying attention to the facts and not sort of fighting each other in the background, right? Like, if we can't get along, then we just don't talk to each other. That's how it should be, like, at this point. I think the problem arises when, like, privately or publicly things are being said about people that shouldn't be. And that's where those problems start to arise. I try to avoid that because it's not who I am. I don't really like to get in the mud and the dirt of it. You want to talk privately about it? Cool. I'll have those discussions because they are important discussions to have. But disparaging each other, I think it serves no purpose. Publicly, it just doesn't serve any purpose. Doesn't help anybody. It just hurts people, and it's a distraction ultimately. Crispy Custer said to check your profile on the YouTube page. That's sad, though. That's sad. You should be able to write in the chat in most places that you go. I've heard that a lot. You're not the only one, Aviana. Like, I have heard this over and over for the last couple of weeks. That people keep saying this, and I'm like, that sucks. That's like sad. It makes my heart hurt. Like, no, he's not. But I also read all of his Substack articles, anonymous lawyer, because they're good. And the guy has some really valid points. Guy, girl, I don't know who it is, but they have some really valid points and clearly have a very good understanding of the law. And I find myself oftentimes agreeing with what they have to say. So I read them too. I don't always read them here. Maybe we should start doing that. But I do read them because you can clearly tell this person is very well educated when it comes to law and knows what they're talking about, Thank you, Jack. Yeah, that shit makes me sick. Yeah, that it came from the sewer turtle. It's like, how does anybody take him serious with that kind of shit? Honestly. Like, I know, me too, Crispy, me too. I read them too. But no, it's definitely not him. I'll tell you that much. I can tell that from the writing that it's not. Like, no, I'm definitely not saying it's an excuse for being a dick. But I'm just saying, like, that hurts my heart when I see people saying that, Listen, I did too. You say you're wrong when you're wrong. I was wrong. I was, me and Kevin were on the same wavelength back then. I was wrong. He was wrong. And here we are, like, figuring out the facts, Oh, yeah, he definitely has cancer. Yep. Like, yeah, you're right. Karen definitely probably didn't have a brain tumor, but we don't, I mean, if she did, it was probably malignant because if she had one that wasn't, I'm sure she probably would not be alive still. Like, that's right. That's right, Carolyn. He did. He didn't have to do that either. I wouldn't have. I would have not given them the satisfaction of giving them my medical records to prove a goddamn fucking thing. Like, I am also afraid of that. It's, but he doesn't owe us any explanation. I feel terrible. My daughter had to have chemo. For her disease isn't cancer, obviously, but they use that same chemo for her disease, and she did 6 months of that chemo. And so I know it's not fun, not fun. Maybe that's the answer. Just don't engage with the chat if that's, if it's making you upset. That's all. Oh, but Jack misses you. Well, that's what they do. They say everybody's, diagnoses are fake. Anybody who's like poor or needs help or like working poor, like myself or other people, we're all just shitty people because we're poor. Like, it's gross behavior, honestly. Like, I think Brennan should be able to help him feel better. I don't know if they're going to call him or if they're going to call the other person because they have another accident reconstruction. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, like, right? Corner, you go in the corner. I honestly, because the mob just doesn't stop. Like, they just don't. And to say awful things like that, it's shitty. Like, it's shitty. Nobody should be doing that. You could probably send it straight to the police barracks. I'm guessing the Mass State Police Barracks, and he would get it that way. It's like the same thing I'm doing with the Canton PD and having people send cards straight to the Canton PD if they want, you know? Yeah, well, that's how you know they're, in the mob, basically. Like, I thought, yeah, I think Alan Jackson was being kind of a dick to Reciprocal too. Like, that probably threw him off a bit. Like, that's another thing. I don't know why Lally didn't use a lot of like visuals. And I'm like, why? Just why? Like, why? Trooper Paul is from the Mass State Police, not the Canton PD. But we are doing like a card writing thing for the Canton PD. I don't know. There's what's that one you guys could make online? Shutterfly? Is that what it's called? Shutterfly? Oh, well, I did send somebody over to the Law and Crime stream the other day to tell people like we're live now. But my chat goes very well. There's a bunch of barracks, but they'll get it to him no matter which one you send it to, he's definitely not. Yeah, the guy's on X2. Oh, I love that. I love that it's you guys' favorite chat. Yeah, the writing is extremely different. And I can tell that Anonymous Mass Lawyer actually is a lawyer. Hey, you never know. People can surprise you, Yeah, he was like not as bad, but just had no idea what he was talking about. Like, that's okay, Angela. That's okay. Nope, it's definitely not Kevin. I can tell. Two different writing styles. One, you can tell that the guy who writes it, or guy or girl, is an actual attorney. Yeah, it also closed up some of my daughter's along with her medication, her hair follicles, and she's like just like, so she's mostly bald. She's has like some here and some strands here, but they took her off that medication and she's starting to grow some hair back. But I told her like, we can do wigs. The insurance company will pay for it. She didn't want to do that. She just wants to grow her own hair back, and I don't blame her, but they can do a lot of damage to your body for a really long time, Well, that's the thing, is I can tell the lawyer, like, the legalese in the articles. Oh, if you just hit the subscribe button, Carolyn, uh on the video, not on the video itself, but like if you click on my circle with my picture on it, that should bring you to like the profile page of mine, and just hit the subscribe button, and then there's like a little bell on the right-hand side of the screen past the subscribe thing. And then you click on that and you change it from most or top or whatever to all. And then every time I'm live, your phone or computer will tell you at the top that there's like a notification that I'm live. Or I'm usually on by like 9:30 in the morning, Monday through Friday. And since the trial is starting, it'll be, maybe a little before that. But you can always just search Twisted Tragedies in the YouTube search bar, and you should be able to find it by my picture, because you'll always have that circle that has my picture in it. You can always like pick it from that. Yeah, that was the Baker guy. I think Lally was overworked and underpaid for sure. Like, that's it. Set it to all. Yep. Ah, yay! You did it, Jesse. Thanks, Crispy, for helping out. Now you should have less trouble, I think. I think you should have less trouble. No, I have a lot of people that watch from the bushes. There's 385 people watching right now. The majority of those people are watching from what I call the bushes, which is people who watch but don't talk and chat. I want people to talk and chat. I want them to. I want them to ask questions. I want them to have conversations. But I also want like people to realize that you can't just sit there and like ignore pieces of evidence that are in front of you because it's with your confirmation bias. Like if there's a picture and the piece of the taillight is gone, just concede that the taillight is gone in that picture. Like if you can't even do that basic thing, which it's in front of your eyes, like you just saying it's not there doesn't make it true. It's clearly there. Everybody with eyes can see it. Like I just want people to at least concede the things that are right there in front of you that you can't deny, but yet some of these people are still denying. That is what drives me bonkers. Bonkers. Red racers in the bushes. See? Bushes. We have people in the bushes. And like some people are working, some people are working out, so they just put their headphones in and they listen instead of doing chat. I don't want it to be. I want it to be a place where people can come and congregate and have these discussions, Like yeah, the bushes can be a comfy place for some. Like absolutely. 100%. I 100% agree. Jesse said, I'm not kidding, y'all. That was like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Like, no more anxiety over my freaking name or a picture. You're totally welcome. You are totally welcome. Got to that sub shop long before the tragedy in 2022. I lived in Canton for 3 years, including. So yeah, that's a reminder. Thank you for reminding me, Jack, that we are going to D&E tomorrow. So if you still haven't and you're planning on going, we're planning on being there around 2:15-ish. Please let me or Ashley know so that we can sort of collectively decide on like a place to meet outside. And so that we can also like exchange, social media numbers, whatever, so that like we want to make sure we wait for everybody to get there. We don't want to be just, walking on in and someone else is not there yet, And we're gonna the steak and cheese is good. I like their waffle fries. We're going to D&E is Chris Albert's pizza shop. It is Chris Albert's pizza shop. So we're going to buy our own food and we're going to collectively send some pizza to the Canton PD. And depending on how much it's going to cost, maybe some drinks or an appetizer as well. And the reason for the time is because it's like halfway between like shift change around 3. So if we get there about 2, get the pizza made and send it over about 3, it's like right when shift change happens. So we can get 2 shifts at least in there. And hopefully there'll be some left over for third shift. So I want to, and we're going to send a card that to be delivered with it. That's why I told people this week to sort of send your cards into CPD, send them in the mail. They can even get them after this day, but at least they'll know that like they came from us and that we're not trolls. We're here to show love and support. And I want to sort of boost their morale, like I want them to know that like nobody's having a party if they die. That was really hard to read that multiple officers thought that in the audit, I can't. It just makes me sad. Who'd they fire? They didn't fire anybody at the CPD. Canton Police Department didn't fire anybody. You're more than welcome, Jesse. You are more than welcome to stay as long as you want. Well, that's another thing. Like, this was his personal phone, dude. I don't expect like that people don't vent on their personal devices. I wasn't gonna stream, but I suppose maybe like a half an hour of it I could, so that you guys can just, show some support in the chat. But it'll be from my phone, not my computer, obviously. So it'll be less precise with the voice and stuff. I'll be using my Beats headphones. Don't do that. Don't do that, DJ. I just have to work twice as fast when I leave here to do my chores. That's what I do. And I start, sweeping, mopping, doing all that, vacuuming, And that's another thing. Like, he hurt their business just like he hurt most people's livelihood, mine included. And I think it's important to show support to those people because people have lost a lot in all of this. And I don't want them to feel like they're alone. They're not alone. They're very much not alone. Stranger or not, they're not alone. Like, hey, you're more than welcome. We're all down here, like, also we could have people that share hotel rooms, or we could do a camping trip. That's cheap when it's nicer out. There are some state parks and it's like $16. We could all do like a 3-day camping trip, or like even a day meet and greet, or you know what I mean? Something like, we are going to buy the pizza for Canton PD. We got some help coming from someone who's going to help me pay for some of it. But yeah, we're going to buy them some pizza and hope maybe some drinks. I don't know. It depends on how many of them there are. I'm going to try to see if I can get a number on how many are usually per shift, and then double that by, because it'll be day shift and then afternoon shift. So, that would be so fun, Lisa. And then one day I'll drive down there, because like, I love Florida. Like I always drive. I like the fun of the road trip. We drive 24 hours straight through. It took us 21 or 22 hours to get to 21 to get to Daytona, and 26, somewhere around there to get to Miami. So yeah, I called it blood pizza. Oh yeah, maybe I could, do that one on Discord in the voice chat. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Could do that. I'll figure it out. We'll do it some way, somehow. We'll do it. You guys gonna have to just keep an eye out for the notification to go up, Keep an eye out on my X or on Discord. Freak pop that link into chat, so that if anybody who's not on Discord who wants to be, they can just click on that and get in there. So look for it either on one of those two. I don't like to put it on X, because X is kind of just a cesspool. But I'll figure it out in a way that you guys can sort of be a part of it when, whether it's typing into the chat box and messages, or, doing a voice chat in Discord. I'll do something like, also, yeah, let me check also to see. I do want to make sure if there's any other donations, I read them. I don't want to miss any, because I'm about to end this bad Larry soon. No. Sorry, I just saw something funny. God damn it. It's going to be the funny shit now. All right, let's see. Ugh, my phone's doing that freezing thing again. Used to live in Connecticut, just 11 miles from the Mass border. I sometimes would drive to Springfield. Springfield's far from where I am, but I have been there quite a few times. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Thank you for the pizza from Jack. Sends $20. Thanks, Jack. We will use it towards the pizza. Hopefully I think we'll have enough to get quite a few pizzas for them. So, yeah, they did. It was bad reviews. They were standing out front of the business, trying to deter people from going into the business. It was like a whole lot, like a whole lot of nonsense. Like, I love this comment. Girl with an eagle eye. I love this comment. She said, Jesse, we appreciate you building the courage to speak with us. I would never attack someone for beliefs on guilt or innocence. I just don't tolerate the harassment of victims, families, witnesses. Yeah, that's the part that gets me. The insults, the harassing, the snark, like that whole thing. It's like, just agree to disagree then. Just agree to disagree. Like, it's not that hard, Oh, yes, I've had the chicken tenders. The chicken tenders are good too. They are good. Nice and crispy. So good. They have good food. So, all right. Do I have any questions before we wrap this up? I have been with you guys 4 hours and 36 minutes. Yes, I saw. We're gonna buy our own food too, so that, like, we're supporting the business by eating our own food. And I like Viennese food. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. So I'm shocked. The shock and horror. All right. This is the part of the show where I remind everybody before I go to make sure you hit the like and the subscribe button so you don't miss us tomorrow morning. This is the part where I tell you guys that if you can, to make sure that you share the video with other people who don't know we exist yet and haven't found us. And if you can, to help support the channel and make sure we can continue to bring you this content and the trial for the very long weeks ahead. Donations can be made through Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, those three things until we get monetization back. Those are the only ways to donate to the channel. But I love your stinking faces. I appreciate you guys more than you know. And anybody, of course, we don't have any court updates yet. Not that I got. I will post an update around 4:30. Usually we get an update maybe lunchtime, and every day, usually at the end of the day. I haven't seen anything yet. Nobody sent me anything yet, but I will check and then put anything on my X account that I see. I will be careful. I promise I will. If you're on my replay crew and you make a donation, we will read it tomorrow morning, of course, as always. And my replay crew is very important, just as important as this live chat is, because you guys put the comments in. That's another thing that's important. And I have to stress this enough that when this video is done, when I'm done, and it's not live anymore, putting comments onto the video, like no matter what you write, right? It helps because the algorithm then thinks, okay, people are engaging with this video. They're liking it. They're writing comments. Like we'll push it out to more people to see. So if you guys would do me that solid, I would appreciate it. All right. I love your stinking faces and I will see you guys in the morning. Have an amazing day.